say somebody. This is a world against you and me. Somebody save me, and I'll say somebody. This is a real world. It's just you and me. Somebody save me, and I'll say somebody. This is a world against you and me. Somebody save me, and I'll say somebody. This is a new world. It's just you and me. Somebody save me, and I'll say somebody. This is a new world. It's just you and me. Somebody save me. I'll say somebody. This is a world war against you and me.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I'm here with Bran, Ladysmith, and Rescue. And that was a New World super collaboration. The original song is by Frank Turzo, and he had set for people to take and do work with. And that was by Kid Kane, and I know it also included guitar in there. And I think there were a couple other people in there too, and I'm sure I'm going to miss people, but check out the link, you guys, and it's just such a great song. There are quite a few collaborations that have been done with it now, and it's just amazing. I love it. They've all been amazing. It's doing well. Yeah. We've got a kind of a laid back night tonight, I think. Well, and we're just going to kind of see where the conversation goes. We got a lot of great music to share, but I hope everybody's having a good start to the week. Rescue, Ladysmith, and Bran, any things you want to talk about to get things started? Anything special going on with you guys or in your minds?
Got the chicken coop moved. Oh. That was about my excitement. And then some limbs chopped down and stacked up.
Awesome. Mm-hmm.
Celebrated my granddaughter's 18th birthday yesterday. That It was a lot of fun.
Oh,
So a little
congratulations. Yeah.
party time.
All right.
Good stuff. And that was a great song. I mean, the video, it's just moving. Absolutely.
What's up, everybody?
Yeah, I'm
Nut
cutting
House,
out, you
Sly,
guys.
will you?
So sorry if
Yankee.
I go mute. That's why. Good to see you, Port Art Farmer. Sharon, thank you for being here. I'm starting at the top, but I did catch a bunch of you trying a different way. Thank you for being here,
You
everybody.
sure?
LLC here. Thank you, Anti, as
Mr.
always. Appreciate it.
Nana.
Especially since we're on a different time. I know there's a lot of options of places to be. Thank you for being here. Ozark, good to see you always. Ducks, thank you for being here. Mrs. Hyde's in the house.
What's up, LSP? Devil Dog.
Yankee.
What's up, Mayhem? Read
Not
between
quite,
the lines.
William.
Papa's phone.
Mrs. High has the right idea. Laying in bed watching on the big screen. Love it. Good to see you, Peanut. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I know, right? That song is amazing. Apple Dumpling, always good to see you.
Anti-abject.
Yeah, the time change. I don't mind it so much when we're falling back. It's the leap forward that's the worst. But never. I mean, with kids, I don't think you really get to experience it either way. You know, they're on their own clock.
What's up, Auntie Amy?
Hey, HCF, thanks for being here. Saw a couple names I haven't seen around so much, so I appreciate people coming and checking out the channel. Rip Curl.
Rip Girl.
Always
man with the
appreciate what
plan.
you have to share. Mhm.
Anti.
What's up, Apple Dumpling?
Hey, good
Lauren?
to see you. Yeah. Christy,
Reed.
love you, sis. Let's see. Ed, thank you for being here. No subs. Trying to catch up quick here, guys. Cheryl, good to see you. And if I missed 10, thanks for being here, 10. Good to see you too.
Hey, Cheryl.
All right, so chat, by the time I get to it, see any topics of conversation, things you guys want to talk about, or questions for anybody up on panel, anything like that.
What's up, Broken Patriot?
Gonna see where things take us. Maybe play a song here pretty soon too. Good to see you, Spike.
Hey, Miss Bonnie.
Nana, Beaver Valley. Hey, Bonnie.
It's very funny, Bran, because I've got a kitten like that's, I don't know, Sonic right now. It's all over my legs and it's just gone crazy. Cats.
Yeah, cats. Cats just rule the world, right?
My uncle
I'd
told
like
me
to
one
think so.
Right. My uncle told me one time, he says, you know, a dog is a man's best friend and a man is that dog's master. But a cat, he is.
Yeah.
Booted out the door.
I like. Yeah, me too, Ed. Every version of it.
I like cats. You know, it's just like I have a real good friend, and he had cats. Matter of fact, the old dog, during the hurricane, we ended up having to stay together, and it was kind of funny because and they got along though, the cat and my other pit, and but I just I like them
Thank
when
you,
they're
Ed.
your cats and at your house. But I don't have cats, so no, I don't care for cats around here. And man, they got to piss on everything Rudy even looks at. Some tomcat throughout the night. I watch it on cameras. They go over and they spray everywhere he goes, and it drives him. And it's become a thing now. He breaks out. They spray so much. On his paws and stuff, he breaks out from it. It's like,
they're definitely
Yeah, it's too
great
bad.
mothers.
Oh, son, and I don't know whether we come up with this whole phrase about, like jackrabbits, because apparently nobody actually observed cats, because I think cats can outdo jackrabbits, because litters just seem to pop up like, wait a minute, wasn't that supposed to take longer? It's just that quick. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
I learned that lesson this year. I have not had
I like
an
that.
indoor cat. I've always had barn cats. They take care of any critters out there, whatever. And then I wound up with a rescue
Mm-hmm.
cat, and I haven't had cats. I know they multiply, but
Really?
I've mostly cats around the barn. And oh my God, I mean, they populate like
Let's do
rabbits.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Carl?
Yeah, hey, Carl. Good to see you. Yeah, me too. I know I'm just getting all the comments about this song, you guys, and it's such a great song. I hope you guys will go check out the video and then sub and check out the other artists that were involved in it too.
Oh,
Lots of great
cayenne
people.
pepper. Let's see, so cats don't care for cayenne pepper. There you go. I need to get me a 55-gallon drum of cayenne pepper, and I'm all just miss the whole damn yard. It's like, there we go.
Works for other critters too, I've heard, Hey, D-Dog. Good to see you.
Hey, I guess it is kind of handy because, see, chickens, they don't care about cayenne pepper. Doesn't phase them a bit. It's actually, from what I hear, it's good for them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, J-O-T.
Chrissy? Dancing along. Oh, sweet, Bran. Your niece had her birthday. Love it. Yeah, Papa, I thought we could talk about this a little bit. That's a good topic, actually. The internet in a lot of places is being really wonky. And there's some, I'm wondering if I was already wondering and thinking that it could be something to do with cyber attacks, because we know that something they said might be incoming or is already kind of happening in different places. But it just seems like more than normal, there's a lot of weird stuff going on. And it's not just YouTube or StreamYards. People aren't being able to connect, and there's lots of weird issues. But if you guys have experienced anything in YouTube or StreamYard or just in general, leave a comment and let us know. Have you guys been noticing anything like that up on panel? Hey, Auntie
There's
Amy?
a little bit. I think
there is a local news story. Local hospitals were hacked. Apparently, it was a ransom kind of thing where they stole a bunch of medical records, and I guess the systems have been down. So locally, a whole ton of hospital appointments have been canceled and rescheduled, and it's been a mess.
Okay.
But I haven't drilled down yet to see where the
Vicky.
bottom of that story is.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a combination of things. I think there's some bad acting, but I also, way back when they were passing some of all this Rescue Act shit that they did, basically, where they were going to fiber
I know how that goes, Vicky.
upgrade across the country. It wasn't going to be good. And I talked about this, I think, the other day on my stream or something. And it was in that world, just because I did that stuff. But normally you would only progress based off of companies. So like a company would decide to upgrade. So it didn't usually go all across the country, but then they did with all that little broadband project stuff where they just went out and gave, hundreds of millions of dollars to all these companies across the country going, here, upgrade your fiber. And so all of a sudden you end up with massive numbers all doing upgrades, which then leaves things vulnerable. And of course you do this at the same time that you're provoking so much outside stuff along with this whole southern part. And so, yeah, it's kind of I think a mix of things. Some of it's upgrading. YouTube has been, they're doing actual software upgrades in the back end. But I think some of that could also be because it fits a bigger picture of what's to come. It's coming closer as that whole election thing takes. You're going to see a change of
Hey,
focus,
Josh.
and they'll do that on purpose.
Yeah.
And that's a great old song. He says he almost cut his hair.
Oh, is there a song about that? I don't know that song, but I'm glad you're not, D-Dog. Yeah, I like that. Ozark says cats live in their own world and add us to that when they want to.
I have an opinion of
Has anybody noticed any weird stuff with YouTube as far as like you get badges? They've got now some kind of weird badges thing. So you get like these trendsetter badge. There was, I don't know, a little list of badges that just appeared. And see, I've noticed in my account, all of a sudden I'm pending review, I guess, to be monetized or some shit.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think that's what those badges are. Those are like, it's kind of different things you can choose to add. So once you get approved, you can add like super chats, memberships, like all that kind of stuff. There's like different things you can add in.
No, these are badges to me. Like there's one about a trendsetter because I've had my account at the launch of premium or something. I forgot how I worded it, but it's like based off of things that I've done. And it says something about milestones. So see, they're changing some of their back end coding. And like, it's not always for bad, but unfortunately they have a really shitty track record right now. So it makes you definitely go with the bad, but that's to come. I don't think they've gave up on that side either, but there's also just regular software improvement that you would see if we weren't going through all this other stuff. Just because they're trying to upgrade stuff. But I noticed that, and somehow in all this mix, like I said, I'm up for review. All of a sudden, I've done these that shows 3 steps on this window, and apparently I've done the first 2 and didn't even know it, and I'm in the 3rd one, and so now I'm waiting. And now my copyright strikes are even different.
I think it's interesting because everyone knows I'm tech illiterate. But what I have observed is that it seems like this more simple you try to maintain your channel, the less attention it gets, the less often it's put out for others to see in random, when you're scrolling down. So they almost rope you into
Nana.
Extending.
Did you get one of those today, Lady Smith, too? Did anybody else that happened to be by my stream? G-Mo Nana said, see, they sent out a survey on my stream.
Oh, I
never heard that.
Yeah.
Hey, Skull. Good to see you. I'm not to that comment yet. What did she say? Can you read it?
Let's see right up here. She said, rescue today. YouTube sent that survey message regarding your live this morning.
Wow, from this morning.
And I've never heard of that happening. Nobody's ever said that before.
I just started the comment, Indy.
Well, we're aware that it's going to be tricky. That we've talked about this for several years on how these attacks are going to become more prevalent. We're changing over to the micro cable. What do you call it? Fiber optics. And so I think we're going to see continuous disruptions and changes, but the YouTube thing's a whole different monster, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It's November 5th. Remember, the 5th of November.
Suffolk.
Yeah. Lots of people have been saying, though, the comments here, there's a lot of weird stuff going on. Yeah, we actually lost our power for almost the entire day yesterday, but that was because of a local storm. So that was, unrelated. Just one more thing.
But interesting.
Okay, Apple Dumpling. Yeah, Apple Dumpling says AT&T says they're going to completely end landlines by 2024. I said, well, that's only months away. Do we know what month? And they said, nope, can't tell you, but don't look forward to being around long.
How dare they?
Don't look forward to being around long. Interesting. My daughter's cat loves me more than her.
Well,
Cats do have favorites.
it's not really a big shock that AT&T would get out of landlines. It just means that some other provider will pick up the actual landlines. Anywhere from a co-op or, depending on that areas that they service. And it's hard to explain. Man, I wish I could pull up my CAD maps. I could show you kind of how the systems are laid out and what's important, but it's because it's a corporate thing. So it's a profit loss margin, and they look at subscriber signups, and stuff. And is it worth the cost of maintaining these lines? Well, like I said, the government just got through giving out hundreds of millions of dollars for this broadband project to get everybody the fiber everywhere. So all these companies that would have been waiting for another 5 years, 8 years to do their broadband upgrade to fiber, now all of a sudden is out there doing it now. And it's like, well, there's a lot of groundwork that usually goes into that. There's bridge crossings, there's under highway passes, big projects, and very costly. And they're just going at these. Well, whenever they go to make hardware changes, you're going to play with new people into the hardware. They're going to learn it as they're doing it, which means it's going to cause you're going to have packet loss. You'll be getting dropped, kicked out the network. It's definitely will be happening.
Yeah.
You just can't do anything in mass.
I like having a hard line option because there are a few options when you have that hard line.
Yep. Twisted pair will stay around even if it's buried. Twisted pair, it'll even be going during the storms as long as you can keep the little substations going. See, that's the drawback to twisted pair. The difference between twisted pair, which is phone, and then like broadband, which is cable, is with twisted pair, you have to build a substation and install hardware in order to then re-energize the signal to put it out to more phones, basically. Where with broadband, hook up a power supply, tie into the power wires, power up that amp, and you can go hundreds of miles with broadband. But fiber is now taken, so it's the conversion from twisted pair and cable, which is a wavelength type signal, to now fiber, which will shoot light. And believe it or not, there's places that have been doing this for a long time. It's just that it never really got talked about. Chattanooga, Tennessee, they run fiber to the home, and it goes through the electric lines.
Yeah.
Pretty
Hey,
cool.
I just got to this comment. I know, Nana, I was just curious, Nana, what the survey was about. If you can tell us more details, or if you already did, I missed it. Sorry. And also, just to say again, my connection a little bit. So if I'm not answering or responding or talking over people, it's because I'm not trying to. Sorry.
Get out of town. Indy, you just got you a super chat from a brother from down under.
Oh, Ricardo. Awesome. BP says you can get a strike in the community tab now. I guess it's not surprising. They're going to try to get it, however they can. They don't want you here. You're not going to be here, basically. I agree, Ozark. Anti is awesome. And thank you for dropping links, Anti, and to everybody else in here for sharing links out.
And it is so good to see you. I see any of the.
Yeah, I was wondering. Oh,
okay.
I'll wait until
No, ma'am, go ahead.
I can see it. Survey was about the notification, because sometimes I do get like a little thing that pops up and says, do you like something like how, I don't know the wording of it, but it asks about the notification, and then it gives you like a way to rank it. So I'm wondering if that's what you're talking about.
Well, it must have been something about rank, because she said she gave me a high score.
Oh, yes. Yeah. YouTube does kind of randomly do that, where it gives you an option of giving stars to a specific video that you watched. I've had that a few times.
Nobody's ever told me they've gotten those before. I mean, I guess they have, but nobody ever mentioned that. And then I just noticed my back end of my channel's even changing. Like I said, I guess I'm being monetized, or I don't know, whatever stage that is. I don't know. I'm in review, and I'm going to find out. But then I turn around and got some copyright thing, and I disputed it because I don't even know what the hell they're talking about. Apparently, when I played the
Rabbit.
Hillsdale College video, it made some noise and it was like the doo doo doo. Well, that's apparently a name called Spark. And I'm like, okay, I don't even know what you're talking about. And by the way, your options in dispute to get to this point, I would tell you that it was very unfriendly and very hard to get here. I shouldn't have had to make the choices I did. So who knows, my channel might go poof because apparently that's part of the consequences. If you dispute this and they don't agree with you, you could get your channel removed. So who knows? I don't know. Don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Shitheads. I couldn't believe that.
Right. Yeah.
Look, Pendar says they put ads
Yeah.
on theirs and not even monetized.
Yeah, I did know they do that. Yeah, Auntie Amy, we just kind of have like an open panel, open talk, kind of see where the night takes us. If you have something you want to talk about or a question for anybody, put it in the chat. And actually, I'll put the link in the chat in a minute too. So if anybody else wants to come up and join us, you can. Rescue, I put a link in the private chat for Pendar's video. If you would pull that up, that would be great.
No.
I'll play that in just a minute. I saw she's here in chat.
So no.
I am.
But you don't do it better.
Pendar was, I know you'll do it. I love you. Pendar was hoping to come up tonight, but she's still having some issues with her soundboard. She's getting a new mixer, I think it is, if that's the right thing. But yeah, she's hoping to come up next week. So we'll be back on Mondays next week, and Pendar will be here with wonderful sound. Yeah, apple dumpling. I mean, in general, but do you mean with like tech? Then yeah, for sure. But in general, a lot of weird stuff. Guy Fawkes Day. Mm-hmm. Hey, Tiff and Landon. I realized I didn't send you the link. Let me. I'm gonna put it in the chat. I meant to send it to you.
Now, what she was saying before we went live, Tiff and Landon. I'm just saying.
Yeah, right. Don't get rumors started. Jeez, rescue. Nah, Tiff and Landon know I love them. They're always welcome.
Well, this is true, I guess, for full disclosure, since we're talking to the world, so we never knows where that lands. That was a total 100% joke. Humor involved.
You got to be careful here in YouTube streets.
Well, I mean to tell you. Now, look, how many links are you going to put back here? Okay. I thought that was you putting a link. It was just brand. Okay. Look, woman.
I'm like reading the comment. Here we go.
Do they want to know? Okay, so Gmon Nana answered, and she said, she says, Indy, they want to know if I like being notified by Rescue, then why? Give choices, informative, entertainment, etc. I think because of content. Way to classify us both, probably. Yeah.
You're basically before the review board. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Well, I pity the poor
Tails,
little
good to see
YouTube
you
fool
here.
if they actually have a person do that. It's like you definitely want to put that on the algorithm side because a poor soul would have hell watching all those. Depends on how far back you want to go. Some of those are many hours.
Yeah, and Beaver Valley, good point about the Schumann resonance. I haven't been following that very closely lately, but I do think there's something to that. Hey, Tony, good to see you.
What's up, Tony? Michelle Noel Creations. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, good to see you, Michelle. Thanks for being here. Southeast Wolverines, thank you for being here.
And
Ricardo, thank you so much. He says, sending big hello. Oh, yeah, I know. Sorry, guys. I might try restarting here in a minute, maybe when the song's going. Ricardo says, sending big hello from Melbourne down under Australia. God bless you all. Thank you so much, Ricardo, and God bless you too. It's always good to see you here. Someday I'm going to bug you enough to get you up here on panel to hang out with us. Yeah, good question, Chrissy. Good question. Rabbit says he has fiber there. Yeah. They're putting it in all around here. All the apartments and everything are getting fiber.
Oh, wow. What's up, Truth with Tom? How are you, sir? Man, that's good.
Hey,
to see.
Tom. Good to see you. Yes, he does tell stories. I know I'm Subtails, but I'll have to check out your channel. Yeah, they'll purge people. Well, I don't know if this is what you're talking about, the Nut House, but I think you are. Yeah, they... Oh, sorry. I've got people hanging out backstage. Camo Carl, good to see you. Peanut, thanks for coming up.
Hey,
Well, now I
thanks
can
for
talk to you directly about it.
What's up, Carl?
I just...
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Glad you guys are up here.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for having me up here, Andy. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
So
you
I
said
probably
that
would have
they'll purge
rethought
people.
it if I'd known Peanut was coming. I'd probably rethought it.
I know, there goes the
That's
neighborhood, right, Carl? We thought it was safe to enter a live stream, and then there it goes the neighborhood.
Yeah. But
Surprise!
That green screen is amazing,
I
Carl.
know.
What was that?
I said that green
Yeah,
screen is
sorry, you guys.
amazing.
All you're seeing is the green screen? What is going on?
No, I'm not seeing a green screen.
I can see you. Yeah, I can see you, Carl.
Yeah, it looks like you're like on a foggy like backyard or something.
Well,
Right,
no,
William?
I'm in the back of the truck, but I guess the lighting sucks. Let me see.
Thank you, Lily. Much appreciated.
Oh, yeah. You lower that a little bit more and you'll be highlighted.
Well, yeah,
Of course,
I
then
don't
you
like
won't
it
be able to probably
in my
read chat because you'll have a light in your eyes. But
Right.
Here it just looks like he's outside.
That's
And
what
the
I'm
light
like. Yeah,
up
exactly.
the side of the clouds.
Like he's
Yeah.
hanging out in the backyard or something.
Right?
I don't know. You
Might
can't see.
there you go. See, he's
Oh,
in
what
his
is it?
truck.
It's like backpacks or something.
Oh,
What's his gear?
That's all
Well, hold
gear.
on a
I'm
second.
surrounded. I'm
Carl, do you
surrounded
want to
by
give us a little
gear.
tour?
I could try. I mean, there's gear all over there. M65 field jacket, mountain bag, bivy tent. There's some climbing ropes, some figure eights, and carbiners. What else we got over here? Canteens, medical pouches, load bearing vest, Alice pack, gear hammocks. I mean, what do you need? I mean, it might be here. Oh, you got me full screen
Yeah.
now.
Carl, you've got a
Yeah.
great collection of things too.
Well, a guy's got to have his gear. You can take me off that big screen anytime now, Andy.
Look, it's
I'm
the Camo Carl show.
Yeah, for real. I work today too, so I look like
Awesome,
crap.
Pendar. You always look great, Carl.
What's up, William? It's a
Guys,
damn good show.
Guys and the stuff.
You know what? It is just not letting me push any buttons right now. It won't let me do nothing.
Well,
might
didn't
be
they
a
tell
good-
you when
Good to
you were
see you,
young
Charlie.
that you're
Thanks
not
for being
supposed
here.
to push buttons?
You gotta push buttons, Rescue. You're not gonna get done.
Push the
Don't
ejection.
encourage him, Carl.
Just don't push the red one. Don't push that one.
I'm about to push
Ozark,
that red
try-
because none of the other ones are working.
Ozark, try a little bit of milk. If you drink just a little bit of milk, it can help with heartburn. I don't get heartburn often, but when I do, if I drink just a little bit, it goes away almost immediately.
A little bit of baking soda and a warm glass of water. Stir it up, down it, and it'll instantly be gone.
Absolutely. You might have a good belch or two.
Yep.
It works.
Hey,
And
Mr. Smith, thanks for being here.
Andy, will you do
Hang
me
on
a
behind.
favor? If I jump down here, will you post that link again so I can jump down and jump back up and see what the heck's going on here?
Well, don't break a
Yep, you
leg.
sure can. It's pinned at the top of the chat.
All right, I'm gonna. Cause none of these buttons are working.
Lift with your legs, not your back.
Rescue, I love you. Mr. Smith says the Schumann resonance is off the chain at the moment, so could be interfering with internet stuff too. I don't know.
No, not a Ozark, not milk and baking soda. You can do the milk thing, is what Indy was saying, but and I was saying baking soda. You can just take your little teaspoon of baking soda, put it in a little glass of warm water, stir it up as it dissolves, and then just down it, and it'll get rid of it. That's what the missus does, like on a regular basis.
Hey, what all is everybody's names in the chat on the panel?
I'm Rescue.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me
Okay, nice to meet you,
put
Rescue.
that there for a minute.
Lady Smith, nice to meet you as well. And Brand, nice to meet you too.
Hello,
As well.
Nez.
Me,
I
but
got you.
Yeah, Peanut. I'm surprised you don't. I mean, I'm in general. I'm surprised you don't know Rescue. You guys need to make sure you're subbed up to each other's channels for sure.
Oh, right on. Hey, can you put your
Because I say so.
you say, I
Yeah.
command you. You will do as I say.
Well, you'll see.
Of your
You'll see
own
a lot of
will.
familiar faces in each other's chats. That's for sure.
Oh,
I'm
right
just
on.
surprised you're not already connected.
We are connected symbiotically, Rescue. We just don't know it.
Right.
Okay, Rabbit says the Schumann resonance is the heartbeat of the planet.
Okay, so that's like, so you just went from one little confused lily pad to another one with just some explanation to this. What is the name of this? Do we got to Google search this?
The Schumann resonance. I don't know enough about it to explain it.
I mean, like, well, okay, just in the regular category, like, what are we talking about? Like the actual frequency
I think it.
of the Earth?
Okay, I will probably completely butcher this, but I think it has to do. I thought it had to do with the sun, but
That's what
I'm not.
thought, too.
I'm really not sure.
Me, I'm the same boat you're in. I'm not sure either. It has something to do with like frequencies or something, or the sun. I don't even. That's about what I think about it too.
I bet somebody will answer here in chat.
only if required, Rabbit.
Oh, thank you, Wolverines.
Thank you, Bran. For the other person that didn't really kind of understand it, but he went and we got some info now.
Oh, it's like a bassy thing or something. Like when you can't hear it, it's probably so low.
An extremely low frequency portion of the Earth electromagnetic field spectrum. The Schumann resonates, I don't, you know the word, or global electromagnetic
Resonances.
So it gets like a pulse then, kind of like a
resonances.
Can you put that? Oh, I don't know, Brandon. It's probably you probably have to do it in a couple comments in chat, but that'd be good for people to see.
Generated and excited by lightning discharges in the cavity formed by the Earth's surface. Here we go. You know what? Here. We say Control C and we do Control V. Oh wait, now I got to get on YouTube. Here, I'll put it in private chat. Sorry,
Carl,
apple dumplings, got
Carl, I'm just muting you for a second while you're getting that figured out.
Oh, there you go.
put it in there.
That's it, man. See, I don't even know why I bothered. It's like when I used to sit around with Indy. It's like I don't even know why I'd bother. I'd mention something, and before I'd go, okay, let me go click. She's like, there it is, click, and it'd be like, oh well.
You know what? It sounds way more important when you put it in, Rescue.
Right.
Well, you know, I don't know about all that.
I like it.
Just kidding.
Agreed, Mr. Smith. Ozark is a great part of our community. Hey, JS, good to see you.
Oh, so it's named after the physicist who predicted it mathematically in 1952. Now you see, you gotta wait. You gotta go easy though.
Always, William.
That kind of stuff, because that's that kind of like, you know, discovery based off of this round ball of dirt thing, you know. And I don't know. You gotta pick pie or cake.
Tuned,
which one
Mr.
you're gonna
Smith.
go with?
Well, I think.
All right. Well, you guys, I'm gonna. Oh,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Lady Smith. No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I think everything is connected. I mean, obviously. So whether it's, everyone says it could be the pole shift. It's the planets are aligning and it's moving things, and and we have all these satellites, and then we have all these cables that are buried, and so the effects on humans and just everything. We're in the process of a warp and evolution of sorts, I think. Where we're changing.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether we fight it or not, and what we choose, is, I just think that everything that is occurring is absolutely connected.
Hey, what's up, Rank? Man, I missed you earlier. I sat around whenever I was going live, but you must have nodded off or something. So, and I was sorry I missed putting the link in for you to come up. I was just on my soapbox at the time, so it was just it's just what happens.
I was so glad to catch you live, Rescue. It was great. I got to hang out for a while.
That was cool. Very.
Yeah. I'm usually going to bed around the time that you're starting.
Right.
So.
And sometimes you wonder with the planet thing is like, and I don't know how to say it, but you got these, so you got people that have degrees and they're smart, and I get it. They're very talented and everything, but there's also a little glory to all this, discovery thing. And so you wonder how much gets painted, because I got to tell you, it still kicks me as a kid, because I remember reading National Geographic magazines with this whole bullshit storyline behind the Mayans over there. And the whole thing with the Amazon, just the Mayans, this is how they lived. This is the way it is. We discovered this one thing. It's that. And then all of a sudden, LiDAR came out and somebody flies it over and they went, hold on a minute. This was kind of like a major metropolitan area. So you kind of realize that. So you wonder how much we get told. It's like, oh, man, this is going to be this. But yet it's just part of a cycle that's in design.
Well, it's like technology we use today, all of it was displayed literally in displays in the 70s. That was over 50 years ago. So we are so far behind the curve, if you will, from what we have to work with. So I think in order to implement this change, if you will, the dynamics are immense. I mean, immense. And I don't think it's a good thing necessarily. I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. I think it's, a double-edged sword on either take. Nonetheless, that's where we are. I mean, we are in the middle. It's a great time to be alive and to be experiencing all this on all these levels. I think there's a reason for all of that.
I mean, as the believer, I feel like we were created for the time that we're in. We were meant, it's not a mistake. We're meant to be here, but it is some wild times. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm a believer too. I agree with you. It's like we're in the end times, basically, right? Like with where we're getting down to the nitty gritty of when it's tribulation and everything is going to hit the fan. That's the way I look at it.
It's hard. I have a hard time knowing if we're really that close to the end times, if we're, really getting into like Revelation, or if we're being made to think that we're closer to that than we really are.
I hear you.
But either way, I mean, we're always headed that direction,
Yeah, it's all good. It's a different opinion. It's not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
I mean, I don't even know.
Just want to say happy birthday, Tom.
Not the end of the world. I like how you slipped that one in.
You apparently had a birthday. So happy birthday, Tom.
Oh, happy birthday, Tom.
Hey, happy birthday, Tom, whoever you are.
That's Truth with Tom.
another person you should connect with.
Right.
Much love, Hoot. Thanks for being here.
So we can't blame the Mayans, I don't think, or the Aztecs, or any of the intelligent before us, the ancients.
And I do want to just point out what I meant when I was referring to the Mayans, and I guess I probably should have said that a little bit more specific. It's because I remember growing up, because that was, they had just tracked in, and because they found a few things of some of the structures, they started to tell this whole story of the culture of them. And they kind of
Why
had
not?
this whole thing. It's kind of like the dinosaurs. You know, they find bones and then they proceed to tell you their whole hunting habits, their social structure within that breed, what everything about them. And it's like,
As if they hung
I
up
get
with
it.
'em.
You're smart and all, but you know, come
I
on.
agree with what you're saying. They're extrapolating too much from too little information.
Exactly. And see,
Yeah.
then when LiDAR came along, all of a sudden
Oh,
they
yeah,
had
you're
this
so right.
overland map of this big metropolitan area with travel paths and like houses and residential area. And it's like, oh, wait, this isn't quite what we used to think it was.
You know what that reminds me of, Rescue? That reminds me of
Interesting, Rabbit.
like Halloween, where you see all these videos telling everyone this is what Halloween was, and I could tell because I've done some research on the whole thing. Where like half the time people are just like running with stuff they've watched on another video or something, or based upon information that was like speculation, and they're just putting out there like this is the truth, this is the way it happened, etc. And they're constantly rewriting history based upon new information found, etc.
We don't just do discoveries anymore. Like we don't just go out here and start digging and then come up with something and then literally just say what really is like, okay, we were digging, excavating here. We came across this rather strange. And just be open about things and let people think for themselves. Kind of let's see where it goes. Instead, it's like, man, if I can narrate the story behind this, then I can become the bestseller. I can make bank. And it's like,
that's a lot of history. I think it's like that. That goes to like all the way to some people they're all about the mud flood and all that. They think that like history is like it's like goes through cycles where things get repeated and they have to like do I forget the word is they use, but like wipe everything clean and start all over again with a whole new history and all that. I don't know if I would take it that far, but I get the point though.
Well, what did they say? The victors write history?
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure, yeah.
I think it seems
glad you've made it another year too, Tom.
All of these things.
If you think about it too, it's like with the whole thing of like I saw that rebel flag there, like where they're taking down all the Confederate monuments and all that sort of thing. That's a part of like history where they're trying to take it down and rewrite it, etc. I mean, there's a whole thing just in the Civil War alone where there's all this history's been rewritten and people have been they've been herded a certain way to believe certain things and all that. So kind of I think eventually what they're going to do is they're going to end up what they're already doing is demonizing the rebel flag, and that
works too, Ozark.
Oh, it was Ozark. Oh, okay, and then like
sorry, keep going.
All right, I think thank you by the way, and then Indy, and then what happened is after what they're going to eventually do is say like the flag is behind you there. If they're going to say, "Hey, the Stars and Stripe is racist. We got to take that down."
You mean like J6?
Yeah, they're already.
Really?
I mean, didn't they already say that the oh gosh, what's the name of the flag? Oh, Betsy Ross flag. They didn't they already say? Well, that too, but I think even the Ross flag, like this with the circle stars,
the Betsy Ross
I think they've even said that that's now on the that's now on the like watch list for extremists or whatever.
Extreme patriot symbol.
Right?
Yeah.
What a great way to keep the serfs entertained, the 8 billion serfs, if you will.
Hey, Landon and Tiff.
With all of these things.
Hello.
While we make these significant changes. I mean, I think a lot of it is just that because they're way, way, way ahead of us.
Wayne's World.
You keeping the Halloween vibe going, Landon?
I think so.
One of my favorite little rhythm and poetry songs is by Sinead O'Connor, and it's about the Irish famine. I know I talk about it a lot because it's an awesome song, okay? And she rocks it. All right.
She's a great singer. Sinead O'Connor was.
Yeah. What?
She was a great singer, Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah, right? I know, and her story was very tragic. However, one of her songs, I don't remember the actual name, but it's talking about the Irish famine and the lack thereof. And anyway, she talks about how like basically the famine, quote unquote, was intentional, but the real damage came when they took over the education system and took away the Irish history, their heritage. And so it left the people without like roots, basically. And it talks about it in this song, but it's just such a valid point, and we're seeing it here.
Yeah, she's a thoughtful person, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
Yeah, deep thinker. And but it's kind of like Native Americans here, though. Like, it's very similar.
Yep, I was just thinking that exact same thing. And you know what's so weird is we have a tendency, you know, I've heard before that the biggest difference between England and the United States is that the United States thinks 100 years is a long time, and England thinks 100 miles is a long distance.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
And so we often, or at least me, perhaps I'm projecting, but when I think of like Indians, and I grew up in North Dakota, I grew up on the plains, like, but when I think of Indians, I think of like really a long time ago. But like 100 years ago, folks were still getting killed by Native Americans, you know, that wandered in the wrong parts of the desert. You know, like it wasn't 100 years ago, there were still Native American education schools where children didn't come, you know what I mean? It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, for sure. That's like sometimes. And by the way, sorry about getting the name of the flag wrong. Like whatever, rebel, Confederate, whatever it is. I just don't know the correct terminology and all that. But I think you're right, though. You're absolutely right. Like 100 years isn't really that long. It's like really a blink of an eye. If you think about it, like with the 20th century, all these changes that happened were like so much more intense than all the history that went before that. And then now everything is just becoming ramped up exponentially. So it's, you know, it's like amazing how time is kind of changing the way it feels or something. You know?
Right, exactly. Because the technological, sorry, I'm stuttering my words here. The technological advancements of 100 years, when you take that back to 17 and 1800, is basically the equivalent of the advancement of like 20 years today, if that even.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Spike.
Have you heard like the Mandela effect? You guys are into that or not?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah, so that's like I'm kind of rusty at it, but like what they think is that like when they kicked out CERN was about the time that people started saying that there was a Mandela effect or whatever. And some people think it's like has to do with like timeline shifts and all this other stuff like that. So that's another time thing. I always kind of wonder if like maybe what Lucifer's trying to do is he sees the writing on the wall. He knows, okay, he reads the Bible just like we do, and he knows, okay, here's the end. I don't like the way this book was written. So either one, maybe I could find a time loophole or a dimensional loophole, etc., that doesn't end up in that ending scenario. Or what about this? Maybe he's like, you know what? Screw everything. Screw you, the universe, and everyone is on it, and the monkey there, whatever they wrote in on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create like a time loop, like a skipping record. You know, and keep going backwards. And so that way, when you had deja vu, it's like you have been there because we're all in the time loop.
You do remember the Berenstain Bears spelled that way.
Oh yeah.
And you know what's interesting too is there was a guy, and Linda and I, we've talked about it in the show before, but it's been a while. There was a guy a few years back who claimed he woke up in the year 2027 and is completely alone. Everything is still like the electricity is still running. But and like he has been asked to go to specific places because they're like, it's a hoax. Can I tell you, I just looked it up the other day. This guy he is still posting videos with no people in them. He is still yet to be debunked or whatever. I'm not saying it's true, but I'm just saying.
I thought we did debunk him. I thought because I remember that, but I feel like there are people out there who have shared things that maybe have debunked him.
Yeah, but people have also debunked, you know, Jesus, and people have debunked Bigfoot, people have debunked.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying, and I don't mean that sacrilegiously. I'm just saying that like people can prove what they want to prove.
Steve.
Especially in the digital
You know,
age.
I mean, he's worth following. Yeah, he's worth following. Yeah, right. That too. He is worth following, though. If nothing else, it's just like, you know, a fun story. And the fact that he's still, you know, putting things out there is pretty impressive either way.
So either he approaches the areas that he's about to go record and somehow You know, like, because people were like, well, go to a police station, because people are like, you can't shut down a police station.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
sure
a lot of
enough,
people theorized that it was all just filmed during the pandemic, but it was like
now
police cars at the police station. He could just go in and get whatever he wanted, and like anything that his comment section wanted him to do. They're like, go to a hospital,
now
and it's like everything is completely empty.
right now take
Where
that.
is the conjunction to the Hadron Collider? I can't talk.
Oh yeah, from CERN. Yep. Now take that and combine that with the project what we just talked about it the other day, the Philadelphia
Right.
experiment.
Oh yeah.
And you know, where that was supposed recorded history, right? Where you know this whole ship disappeared and traveled to another space 300 miles away, and then returned back with people fused into walls and ships, and then you know supposedly people who weren't fused into anything were reported as fading in and out of like being able to be seen, all kinds of crazy stuff. And if y'all have ever seen Backrooms, which is fictional, but it's a, you know, just
Interesting concept.
right. It's an interesting concept of kind of this.
It's really weird. It's like a kind of a thriller horror genre on YouTube. You can just type in Backrooms, and it's like, you know,
another dimension almost of just like
we looked into it
liminal
because
space.
we saw the videos and we started watching the videos, and they were kind of boring, but they were creepy. And once they start to kind of drip little bits of information about the back rooms, and it's essentially like a government program of essentially like a gateway. It looks like a shipping container. All right. And it's some kind of technology, and it's all within a shipping container. And you open up the shipping container doors, and there's a gate inside the shipping container built inside of it, like a doorway, like a gate, but like a Stargate. And it doesn't go to the stars. It goes to like an alternate dimension where it's like endless non-liminal spaces for storage purposes for the like military or application, or it's like
Right.
DARPA crazy. That's not real. You know, it's all fictional, but
Ooh, like the storehouse. Remember the warehouse where they stored everything secret in Indiana Jones?
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in a
Now
way
we know
that's
it's in like the portal.
Or you got the Thor, wasn't it, in the Thor movie where they drop the keys? They're in that parking garage or whatever, and they drop the keys, and it disappears, and then it comes back up top, and it kept falling.
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Yeah.
And
So it's
I'm
like
not-
it's what you're saying. It's kind of like a dimension between dimensions, like a closet in the universe or something, where you just like go and stuff into it.
Perhaps,
kind of
but
one
like
theory is
so like some of the footage is supposed to be like someone, a part of the lore is that there are certain
Welcome,
places
pufferfish.
in the world, I don't know if it's due to high energy or whatever, that like you could just be chilling with your friends in the wrong part of the city and lean up against a wall, and like it's a gamer term, they say clip into the back rooms. So like
You've seen Neil.
you could just like fall through the street and fall into the back rooms.
it's basically
glitching.
platform 9 and
Right,
3/4.
right, like a glitch.
Oh, here you like Harry Potter. So
Well, it sounds like when Half-Life came out.
Exactly like Harry Potter, like
Okay,
you know,
trippy.
platform 9 and
The room of
3/4.
requirement. Yeah.
Where's
Oh,
Gordon
I was
Freeman?
thinking of the room of requirement. Remember?
I have never
Room of
seen
requirement?
Mm-hmm. In Harry
Okay.
Potter.
What was
So-
that?
Yeah,
I
we
don't
talked.
remember.
We need to do a deep dive on the Philadelphia experiment. This keeps coming up.
We
What's up,
just
Neil?
did.
What's
I
up,
was
Navy
trying to
vet?
do that on the
No, we
Halloween-
briefly touched
well,
on-
yeah,
we
'cause
touched-
I
Well,
didn't
yeah, that's what
wanna-
I mean. Like going exactly. Like I think we should do like a
So
look
basically,
into
in
it further.
Norfolk, Virginia, right? There was this battleship, right? And they were
Well, hold on.
experimenting.
Apparently funny.
Actually, to fortify it, it is based off of, you know, the top scientists of the day. They were all getting together in the military industrial complex coming off of World War II. Oppenheimer was racing to make the nuke. Tesla and Einstein were working on other things. And this happens to be the Philadelphia experiment, and all that happens to be
That's a different portal
Einstein-
rabbit.
Einstein and Tesla's tech, where, you know, they made the ship, you know, phase out, and
You do
know,
the thing, the diddly doos, and then the thing disappears, and voila.
And like, doesn't that Tesla thing go like feed back into Trump? Like Trump, there's all this book from the 1800s.
Yeah,
about
yeah, it all kind of feeds back into that, but I'm not so studied on it.
One theory for the backrooms too, which the backrooms is again back into the fictional side, whereas the Philadelphia.
And we only bring up the fictional stuff because we see so much predictive programming in
Right.
fiction.
Hey, baby vet.
You know,
Man, there's
it's
so much.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And
For
there's
sure.
Goes
so
along
much
with
to the
movies and
backrooms
video games.
lore that it seems like there's something a little bit deeper. I'm sorry, Rescue.
But
No, sir. I'm
basically,
sorry.
I wanted to clarify because when we're talking about crazy subjects, it's important to distinguish what has happened and what is only theoretical. So back to the back rooms, which are theoretical, versus the Philadelphia experiment, which is factual. One theory on the back rooms is that it was like under Antarctica. Here's my nose, just in case anybody was wondering. I like to get real, real close to the microphone.
Tease.
It's really the worst feature of me and the worst angle of me. So, like, it's a shame that that's the only thing that gets in.
Have you ever thought about
Yeah,
this?
Jeff.
Is like, what if we're talking about time and all that? What if like we were all born like 2 seconds ago, and like all the thoughts that we had about the past and all that was an implanted memory? You know what I mean? Like, how would you know ever?
A little bit Matrixy.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Like you're like everything we think is just an implanted memory. You know what I mean?
Well, I think
Matrix
Jesus said that one day in heaven is like 1,000 years on earth. He didn't say it is 1,000 years on earth. He just said one day in heaven is like 1,000 years on earth. And
It was a good
so
portal
that
then, Fitchcrafter.
so we know that God is not affected by his creation. So like he created all this. Time is something that is really more relative to the moon and sun, because that's what it says they are. They're a light, and they're for signs and seasons, and like basically keeping up with what's going on in the times. And so, not that we're all born like 2 seconds ago, but like, I don't know, I have things
In
like
heaven, right?
yeah,
it
I mean, he
is.
says that he knew you before you were formed in the womb. And so it's like and
Exactly, Carl.
the Bible also says that this life is but a vapor, is like a vapor. So like your time here is like poof, like it's like no time. Especially now, because there was a point in time where humans
Good to see you, Ghetto.
could live longer than 120 years, but
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact verse, but you can, Google KJV.
It's like God lives in a dimension without time. Right?
Well, in his heaven, in the third heaven, in the highest heaven, outside of the earthly creation, because heaven is still a creation as well. He made the heavens and the earth. So it's not really, I don't think time is necessarily the same there. And certainly he isn't affected by time at all. If anything, you want to be quite honest, he is time. Not calling him father time or anything like that, but like it's all based off God's will. So like everything, timing and all that, it all kind of happens based off of him. And so you have, Jesus said, I am the Alpha and Omega. And so that just means I am the beginning and the end. So it's like,
Oh yeah, good point.
We're counting based off of since his son was here, you know what I mean? 2023 years since Jesus. And so we are literally counting time officially off of him. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to change that now, but like, that is essentially how our measurement of time works.
I think he's like in a different dimension. Heaven's a different dimension.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely. Yeah. But I think it is in such a way that we can't even imagine it. Like they describe it in the Bible, but like seriously, it goes beyond our wildest imaginations. It's the presence of God. But I wore the wig to be Scooter. And I'm not being Scooter right now. Okay, because you guys
who's Scooter?
Well, I was over on Steve Harloha's channel just a few minutes ago before they ended, and this came out. And I'm probably gonna go on Indy stream with the wig.
Well, you're
because
welcome to wear a wig.
Craig the Hunter.
Not
came
even
up.
ladies' night.
Naturally-
Yeah.
Naturally, the wig followed in suit.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's all you have to say. If Craig
Yeah.
was there, then of course there's a wig involved.
Well, he wasn't there, but we were talking about him, and so in spirit he was there. The wig still came out.
I love this. Yankee says lost socks turned into Tupperware lids. That makes so much sense. There's never enough socks, and there's always too many lids.
Yep.
Whoa.
That's a good one.
Even if you make it in a purpose to try to make sure and count socks, no matter what, something happens when you put them in. When I talk about
Where
the
are
little
they
storage
going?
container thing, I think it's in the washing machine. That's where your little alter dimension goes. It's where it's full of damn socks. If we ever show up there, you're going to see piles of socks.
That's right.
And Tupperware
William.
bowls.
And Tupperware bowls.
And it'll be like, this is where they all went, right here.
Too
To
funny.
the sock dimension.
That's it. 2 go in and only 1 comes out.
Maybe they're merging into one sock.
Boy, Landon's been sick. I'm just oodling with tinfoil hat stuff to talk about.
Carl's just loving having Tom here, older than him, I think. Love it.
Think of a lot of our spiritual stuff as our soul inside. That's why the rest of this is just a material thing. And it's just that's where like those little phrases in the twinkle of an eye. And it's just, and the time is irrelevant in actual spiritual sense, because it would be your soul essence that's breathed into you.
That's right.
And I think that's where that knowing you before you were born, it's because you were pulled out of this ethereal part of souls, or however you want to view that, and then breathed into a living being. And so
But even our body is amazing. Okay. Like I
total
think
designed
I-
awesomeness.
it's
Always felt like I could do so much more without the shell. Like I could accomplish so much that the sack of bones is hindering, if you will.
Well,
it is holding you back.
I know
that may
it's
sound
about
bizarre,
how
but
I have a shell.
And it also mentions that there is a war between the flesh and the spirit.
Hi, Chris.
So there's constant, everyone, we listen to different rock music or whatever, and we resonate with the turmoil that they're singing about or whatever. And that's because there has always been a war ever since you were born, and not just a spiritual war. It is a spiritual war. It's literally your spirit in conflict with your flesh. Okay. The spirit doesn't want to do what the flesh wants to do, and the flesh does not want to do what the spirit wants to do, because at the end of the day, everyone's flesh, pre-post or whatever, like pre-post or whatever atheism, whatever you are, our soul, like who we really are, truly wants to know and please God. We're a relational being. We were made for relation, to be in relation with. And so like that's what our spirit wants to do, good. You know what I mean? And to know good and to be in the light. And trauma, there's an enemy here, and there's this whole story that goes with it, and it's true. And they're trying to knock us off track and get us distracted constantly every day, because he says not to worry about tomorrow, that today has enough to worry about for itself. And the battle is for you every day. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's every single
It's a
day.
spiritual. It was from our creation we were attacked. And that was, we're given instructions how to go across and fight through both battles, actually. Yeah. We're given an example. We watched him walk it. You have a visual, and that's, to me, this is my take. We have a visual, and we have basically written to say, here, this is where you're at, but it's a worldly thing. That's why I think there's even things about give unto Caesar what's Caesar's. It's like an acknowledgement that it's like, look, this is a world of men, right. But here's your ultimate battle is your spiritual battle. So while you're fighting your materialistic worldly battle, it's your spiritual is your end game.
I think you're right.
That's 100% right. And I took it as I mean, you know, Jesus is King of King. He has all power and authority on heaven and earth. And I believe he did
Good one to
say,
say.
give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. But the way that I see it, and this is a crux, especially in like truther, prepper, like this right here, I forget, is it Romans 12 or something? But I forgot the exact verse. But like people warn about this verse, about give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. And I think it's as simple as it sounds. It says, so like if everything's going good and your world is not about to hit apocalypse, right? 50s, 60s, 70s, all the time leading up until, right? And there's a government in place. That's what Caesar represents, the government. Okay.
Oh, I agree.
That
Yeah,
you would probably have a better go at life in general if you give unto Caesar what's his. So if you don't,
Hey,
you're
Steve-O.
probably going to have more trouble than if
actually,
you know,
I got to point out of that too, because like what I look at is like you're right. It's basically I think it represents the government. So because at the time they had zealots or whatnot that wanted to fight the Romans that were basically the government here, right? And like a lot of people they look at Barabbas and they don't really get the point. They think, okay, Barabbas, well, he was a criminal. It's a criminal. They let the criminal go, but they're missing the point though. What he really was a freedom fighter. You know what I'm saying? He was like killing Romans or whatever. So he was basically like someone who wanted to fight the powers that be, the government, if you will, with violence and whatnot, and for a kingdom in this world. That's what they're still hung up on, as a kingdom in this world, where Jesus was going to be the king of the spiritual world to come. And if you look at both their names, Barabbas means like Abba, means father. It means like the son of the father, just like Jesus means son of the father, or in a sense. So basically, everyone had a choice. What son of the father do you want? Do you want someone who's going to fight in this world, to overthrow the government, like politics and all that, or do you choose the Father of heaven? And so that's another political aspect to that whole thing about give to Caesar what is Caesar. I guess you could call it give to Biden what is Biden's, or Putin, or whoever the puppet is at that moment.
What's up, Ghost? I figured it was follow. You should, like, we're in a world of men, so we're going to establish rules and law and order, and that we should follow those as long as it's not going against God. So it's like if you're going to pay a tax for your county or whatever, or school tax, you should, you do that. Of course,
right.
I know everybody's all mad about taxes. I still think you got to say,
it's Crafter. I'd love that.
I got an awesome tax assessor, but it's just, it's being, you're active in the system, you're living your worldly life, but you should be doing it righteously and trying to raise your family and, lead your example. And I view it as a subservient showing to God that I'm obedient and I'm trying to walk.
That's what it is. That's another thing, because it goes into like what you were just mentioning. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Is it Mr. Peanut?
The nut job.
The nut job. Okay. Well, look, what you were just saying reminded me of this, so I looked it up real quick, because in that same vein about what we're talking about with Jesus talking about give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. There's something to be said about authority and where it comes from. It comes from above. So like, and a lot of people don't like that. Like they definitely don't like to hear that. And here in Daniel 2, chapter 2, verse 21, it says, he changes the times and seasons. He removes kings and establishes them. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning. And so it also says he reveals the deep and hidden things. He knows what lies in darkness, and light dwells with him. But my point here is, he removes kings and establishes them. So I don't think so God is unchanging. So like he's the same yesterday as he was, he's the same today as he was yesterday. He doesn't change. And so I believe that he still establishes and removes kings. And if you do more study, because I don't have a verse to back this up, but hopefully someone can help me with it. Basically, if a nation is going the wrong direction, so basically, if you be bad, you get a bad king. You be good, you get a good king. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you
I
see,
hear you.
like,
I kind of
if,
disagree a little bit though, because like
well, and I'm not an authority, so I would,
yeah, it's all good, right? Like, because if you look back at like I think he has the power to do whatever he wants, obviously, right? But like, if you look back at like when Jesus spent the time on the mountaintop, he was being tempted. Satan said, "Take a look. Look at all these kingdoms. Which pick one? You want the purple one, the big one, the small one? You know what I mean?" So he had control over all those countries. It's kind of
Good to
like
see you, Joe.
what I'm going to say this so I don't get anybody in trouble here, but like it's kind of like what happened in 2020. I mean, all the countries. There wasn't any countries that stepped out of line. They were all down for the whole thing, and so that Satan is the one. This is his world right now. Like
right. What I mean by like be bad or stepping
Hey,
out of line,
Ronan.
I mean like
yeah,
kicking God out of schools, making prayer unpopular, churches pretty much dying off. Like the real truth goes underground, and corruption kind of takes a rise. And like whenever so I'm speaking kind of spiritually, whenever a country or a nation starts to stray, then they get a bad king. You know what I mean?
okay,
And so like a punishment. You know what I mean?
right. I hear you.
Uh, but I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine, brother. I get where you're coming from on that, but like, let me ask you a question. Do you think that the United States started out as a good country?
Well,
good is relative because man is sinned. We've been
yeah, it's
sinned,
all
so-
corrupt. Like all of us are pretty much, like we're all flawed. So it's all basically, if you, so I'm definitely not an authority to say whether it's good or bad because I wasn't there, but,
I
Right.
think the founding was. I think that's why God's nature is actually in our documents at the beginning, and I think that's why it's even acknowledged as nature's law and God's law. And I think that signifying separation right there is very key, because you can't look in history anywhere else and find that the establishing part of the documents is acknowledging God.
Yeah, it depends on what they meant by God, though, because like a lot of people think like the founding fathers, they were all down for Christ and all this other thing, but that is not really the truth. Like if you go back and like I put a link to a video if anyone wants to question that on my community page, but it has a great video about it. Super long, but it goes into detail. It talks about how like the founding fathers, they were basically Freemasons, and and they're connected to like Illuminati stuff. If you look at Washington D.C., there's pentagrams that are built into the design of Washington D.C. And
yeah, they call themselves the builders and the architects.
Yeah, the great architect of the universe. If you go to like Washington D.C., what do you see there? It's an obelisk. It's the Egyptian
obelisk. And you also see one in London, and you also see one in Rome.
Exactly, it's all connected. So, like they had their plans go back a long way. Do
you know that those were like several hundred people, though? Several hundred people gave up all their livelihoods, families, property, everything. They committed an oath when they started signing these documents. They became wanted by a military at the time was the strongest army on the planet, was now hunting them. And to think that any of that had some negative connotation, that was literally for freedom. That was to establish a freedom. And I'm a very firm believer in the Constitution, in the creation of it.
I very much agree with you on our level, on the civilian, the people who stood up to fight. But we got to stop for a second and think about kind of all wars and how these very powerful, they change names, the groups change names, the families, these wars are, funded, and that didn't recently start happening, that this has been a nobility thing
for a long time going back.
Yeah, and so like essentially the story goes that like the truth is King George was broke, and a tyrant and miserable. And it kind of sounds like the powers that be at the time kind of cut him off. You know what I mean? Like almost because they needed this America thing to happen. You know what I mean? And it very much, it's the great experiment. It's and they even call, the people in LA call LA like, they call it the city of Babylon. Like,
yeah.
Can
I? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, it goes back even to like the French Revolution. That didn't just happen because a bunch of people got mad about eating
Thanks,
cake or
Queen.
something. Like the Freemasons were behind that too. Like the whole thing is, it's just basically an organized theater. You know what I mean? Like,
But
yeah.
Oh my god.
a point that I remembered that we were talking about just recent, not. So I remembered, to your point, you were saying that, you know, Lucifer was offering Jesus like all these kingdoms and whatnot, and he
Right.
does have a lot of power that was
Facts,
afforded to
Bran.
him, not because he earned it or anything. You know what I'm saying? That
Right.
like he thinks he's so big and bad, and God's like, okay, you think you're so big and bad? I'll let you have all the tools you think you can use. And you know what I mean? Like, this that's not biblical. That's just out of my mind. That's not like anything that I've
Yeah, I
ever
agree.
but you know, that he has power to a point
I
that
agree with you,
God
Mike.
is, like
I
you
agree.
said, you know, he's all powerful.
Yeah.
And that he has the final say at the end of the day. And so that's
Good
what
night, Rabid.
it is a
Thanks for being
battle
here.
between two kingdoms of light and dark. And it says that the dark is not greater than the light, you know. So
Hey, Amanda.
it's important to remember to not, you know, obviously I was raised to never underestimate anybody. And that kind of filtered into my discernment and into my research practices. And, you know, so I don't underestimate, I don't put it past, you know what I mean? I keep my mind open to the possibility of, you know, this person has done terrible things, or, you know, like I keep my mind open pretty much. And
Don't dwell on anything too long. Excuse me, I'm sorry I called you nut job. I realize now that
Oh.
it's the nut house.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
hilarious. Oh my god, it's funny.
I thought you were just being funny, Tiff.
I
I
can't
don't
believe I
hilarious.
did
They
that.
call it the nut job. They call me the butt house before.
I'm
The butt house.
so embarrassed. I'm
Oh my
so
god, it's
sorry.
hilarious. Oh, I'm
Oh
not
my
saying
God.
that is funny.
Oh my gosh.
That's the whole point. It's just a joke anyway. Like, oh my gosh, like I've heard everything about it. It's just hilarious.
Somebody
I've
linked
always
me when
called
I
you
just-
Peanut. Do people call you Peanut, or am I the only one that does that? I feel like I've.
Actually, no. You know what's funny about that is like when I first started on YouTube, Andy. Like, my name was Mike W. Right, and then I realized I had like an M. Like, lady has an L, right? And I think it's an L, lady. And then what happened is like, oh dang, I didn't realize that you can put a little picture in there. So I thought I want to do that. So I thought what was the goofiest thing I could think of, is it was Mr. Peanut. I thought it was like so silly. I thought I'll put that in there, right? And it kind of worked, because like unintentionally so, because then people thought it worked two ways. Like, one is I'm a nut, so there's all these like, you know, like these nuts and stuff like that. And then it makes me laugh. I think it's hilarious. And then the other thing people do is they go, okay, oh, you're a truther, so you're a nut.
I'm sorry. I would like to sincerely
It
apologize.
was my fault. That's the most, like, I said it with such confidence too. He was like,
No.
I don't know your name. And I was like, the nut job. It's the nut job. Okay?
Eric, oh my god. Look, we're having good fun laughing about it. It wasn't even intentional.
I know.
It just
I
makes me laugh.
wondered.
Well, you're an excellent sport. I
Yeah,
very much apologize.
I heard Indy giggle.
Oh, I don't mind.
I thought it was just Landon's frankness about
I
saying
was trying to make a joke earlier, because like lady was talking about like coming out of our shell
I
or
don't know
something.
about that, Neil.
I'm made out of shell. This is something I know about.
And then I had to think back. I think Anti posted and said the nut house, and I looked and I had to think back, and I'm like, did I say nut house? No, I don't think I said nut house.
This is what happened though, Indy. Is that was I'm talking to Indy or late? I can't. I'm getting.
Oh no, I'm Tiffany. I'm the nose that randomly pops in here.
Oh, right on, Tiffany.
The phantom hand.
Oh, hey, Tiffany. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
So what happened is people started calling me this girl labeled me as Peanut, and so I just kind of went with it. And so really it would be Peanut. So I used Peanut as a channel name, and then but there are a lot of other channels named Peanut, and so I had to change it so that way people could find the channel. So I called myself Peanut House. That's how that all came about.
It's a great name. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. But one thing I want to add though.
Good to see you, Terry.
all this stuff goes back to, like, I think a lot of people they get caught up on it's some of this when you get into truther stuff. After a while, you'll realize that you've been lied to with just about everything you've been told your whole life. You know what I mean? And for some people, I get it. It's hard to make that transition and accept. It's very hard. It's easy to go back to the blue pill. Let's put it that way.
Right.
But like if you follow the red pill and just wherever the truth takes you, that's where you go. And if you follow it back, it goes back to like the Knights Templar and the bankers and way beyond that, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
I thought that it went all the way back to the stone builders of masonry that built the.
Yeah, that's like I'm not an expert on Freemasonry. I know that like they're you know why they're called Freemasons.
Do what?
Do you know why they're called Freemasons? Freemasonry.
Well, because they're you know the builders they
because they were politically activists for their friend Mason who was imprisoned, and they were like, "Free him now!
Free him now! Free Barabbas!" No,
they made the bricks right for
Masons, yeah, because it's a metaphor, I guess, because what they're talking about is rock. I go back to Hiram Abiff or something and building Solomon's temple, et cetera, et cetera. But actually, the name Freemason, the free part means that they're free from God's rules. That's what it means. Like they're freed from.
Because we drove through an old town here in Louisiana.
Yeah,
and there was a Freemason sign that was from way back, and it was a little rusty, a little shot up, but you could still read what it said. It said Masons free and accepted.
Yeah. Actually,
and it was like,
look at that. You see their works and everything.
Damn good show, William.
All these, all the religions like Mormonism and all that, all the cults that are in the U.S. If you look back, they're all connected to Freemasonry. And like what the other thing is about Freemasons. So if you look at like the bumper stickers that say coexist, right? Like it shows like the Muslim sign, Christian and witches and everything else. That's goes right back to Freemasonry. People don't realize that, because if you're going to enter a lodge, I've never been asked to, never want to be asked to, but from learning things over the years, is that that they don't care what religion you're in. You know what I'm saying? You could be Buddhist, Muslim, whatever, just like the coexist thing. So it's all part of that subtle, Luciferian.
Well, there's the Blue Lodge and the Red Lodge, and the Blue Lodge is like the first 3 tiers. And if you don't know what you're doing, or you don't understand what the Masons are, or like you don't have family members in it, you'll never rise out of the blue. The Blue Lodge, the first 3 degrees is all do-gooders. It's like charity and investment clubs and like feeding the homeless and helping people with cancer and
your typical grandpa.
It's philanthropy. Yeah, it's what most people know Masonry from.
Still had to take an oath, but
keep people in the dark. That's when you
they still had to be blindfolded and take the oath at sword point and all that, but
didn't have to do any.
But they don't let them in. They're like
they don't let them into the Red Lodge, which is 3 and up, all the way up to 33. And at the top, at the very top, see, it's all very compartmentalized, like how a lot of corporate structures and yada yada, all modern day is kind of based off of. But they,
that's already known. Yes.
From my understanding, the Masons are Gnostic at the core, at the top, where and that's not atheist or agnostic, it's Gnostic. Which means they believe that essentially Lucifer is a liberator, and freed humanity from God, and they form God as the bad guy and they form God as a tyrannical bad guy, and so and that obviously is not good, and not to be followed, but
exactly, is evil.
Right. And but that's kind of what they believe at their core. So they very much acknowledge his existence and are at the very top, very much working like they're at war with him right now. You know what I mean? However you want to look at it. I mean, and
JS, the link is pinned if you want to come enlighten us.
Come up, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, let me ask you a question again. What colors were the 2 lodges again?
Blue and red.
What colors are the 2 parties?
Blue and red.
Interesting how that works out that way. And like when you talk about Gnosticism and all that, or like I said before, like the Masons are connected to what was it
Geometrics.
I've never played D&D rank. I wish I had, so I knew what you're talking about.
Need a 20-sided ring.
yes.
But look, I have this masonry. Am I still with you?
Yep.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
So I've got this. What is it? It's a look. Y'all are gonna think I'm crazy, okay? But look,
That
there
ship
is
sailed,
this
babe.
like, I don't know how old it is, but there's a company here, okay, in my local area, all right, and they make bricks, okay, and I think like the name of the place is like, what is it? It's like, I don't remember. It's something
Mason
like
brick. I don't know.
Mason or masonry or something like that. And I'm like, okay, no big deal. I don't think anything bad of them. That's no big deal. And but then I started seeing stuff like their trucks, all of their entire fleet, every vehicle that has anything to do with this place, half of the truck is white and the other half is black. And it's like, it's a common thing
Interesting.
with Mason symbology, and in their inner sanctuary where they have their their meetings, in a Masonic temple, the floors are always white and black tile, kind of like retro 50s white and black tile. And I was like, hold on now, wait a second. Like I'm not saying nothing, but like, and it's like this, I don't know, it's weird. It's really creepy.
I'm kind of a
Well, tip, I think.
practical cynic.
Go ahead, Lady Smith. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say I'm kind of a loving practical cynic, or practicing cynic, maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in light of all that we've learned and all that we know as fact, that's done. We have to go forward and try to create what we know is right. Again, going to local, starting at home, going to your local, and that's the only way that we can get this straightened out. I mean, and we're going to wind up with an entire new system in a short period of time anyway. We probably know that somewhere inside of ourselves, right?
Well, that's why they're so busy keeping us distracted and sick.
I'm not seeing. I guess that's where the cynic comes in. I don't feel distracted. I feel pissed, frankly.
Well, it's just that when I show up to a town hall meeting, where I live, from my perception, there's so much industry coming off of that river, the Mississippi River, and there's just so many well-to-dos that, like, in my area, it's like, if I show up, it's like, as a Republican or something like that, they might hear me out on a very superficial level, but like to talk about truth or anything like that, like, in certain, I guess, uppity or yuppity kind of communities, you're going to be a lonely voice. You know what I mean? And that's what we found. And so it's like, well, then just find another community. But it's like, well, I mean, what, that's not really changing anything.
Right.
I mean, but I think it starts at home, and it very much, I don't think that there's very much that we can do, and that's not helpless. I think that
Good night, Chrissy. Love you, sis.
God is the key here. Jesus is the way to him. And so that relationship is the most important relationship, and to pray on your problems, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And he will change things. And he will change things in a big way, especially, the ask not, receive not.
Perception and choice. I think we all know innately, I think, what is right and what is wrong. So it comes down to choice. We could shut this flow down for them and shut them down pretty quickly, but no one, if a minor few, are willing to to do that, because people are comfortable. We all are.
Cognitive
am.
dissonance, normalcy bias.
But I
You
mean,
know,
Well, I think
again,
they've done
we
too
have
good of a
these
job
things.
of dividing us.
yeah, look how
Sorry.
much this whole
So,
Israel-Palestine thing is dividing folks.
well,
Right.
just
And
everything. I mean, we talk about it every week, but I think
Oh.
the problem is, I agree with you, Lady Smith. We need to be looking for solutions and ways to move forward. What we do have control, talking rescue earlier.
She's breaking it.
Indy, come back.
basement internet.
See, you forgot
Can
to
you guys
feed
hear
them
me?
squirrels. They stopped pedaling.
I know. But Lady Smith, I agree. I was saying I agree with you. We need to be looking at what we can do to move forward. I think it's just hard when I think we need to be doing a balance of both. I think we need to be aware of what's happening on a global scale as well as on our national, federal level. But then we need to be taking action, more immediately at home.
Absolutely. I think that's
Well-
the solution, period. But perception and choice, once again, that's it's how we perceive things and the choices we make in our knowings.
That's why
I
I
don't
kind of really
lot
have.
of people, I think that a lot of people really are aware of what's going on, but they really don't have a damn clue what to do or
The
what their
next
choice.
generation is going to be the biggest impact. So this next group, so our kids, our grandkids, teaching them truth, telling them truth, and doing our best to intellectually, speak to them intelligently and to, teach them to discern and, to not live in fear, but to have a skeptical eye and, and to have God's help in all this because, we are not perfect and we are flawed. So we're not going to be able to do this 100% correct. And we're not going to have great days all the time. And there is there's a war inside of you. Okay. And so like, there's already turmoil in us between spirit and flesh. And then there's an enemy, so like we need God, you know what I mean? And that's not even
Yeah, but
talking
this
about the
is-
end of the world.
I
That's
gotta
just
say-
talking about every day.
Landon, this is also spiritual too, though, when you if you want to zoom out then far enough, because being local also translates to basically the second thing you were asked to do. Actually, I think it's the first, and it's love thy neighbor as thyself.
Yeah.
So if you actually took
Mhm.
that step at its core and said, wow, then if you were to vision, your personality changes. So it's a more compassionate and an empathetic and understanding type of personality because you're fixing to love your neighbor like yourself. So that means you're supposed to be more compassionate and empathetic and loving. Well,
Yeah.
as that goes for that neighbor were to start doing it, next thing you know, you have a county that's feeling away. So all of a sudden, wow, a lot of things that are politically all jacked right now change because the mindset of the whole changes.
That's
And
right.
that's why I
You're
think I
100%
get so passionate about our creation of this country, because there is so much said in that right there. And that was where they brought our God-given rights, that we're all created equal in God's image. And, here we are, and we look at things because of how screwed up they are, but we won't go back to that core. We can do that. People gave up everything. We think we got it tough right now because, oh man, they don't have the 24 pack of Snickers. They're only down to the pears. Times are coming. These are people that gave up everything, like everything,
Right.
and
Yeah.
said, hey, you know what? We're making a stand. And then it literally got down. If the French hadn't come and helped, dude. I mean, it literally, there's just, and if you got to, I guess I'm a dark person, or I guess I'm a liar. If the other side's the truth side, then I guess I'm the lying side. But I believe in that. And I believe in that foundation because I guess I had quite a few decades of learning that history on a core level, having the benefit of living down here in rural Texas, not being around metropolitan areas, not having the federal government all in my school district, not having all this crazy talk, I didn't lose sight of that. And then all of a sudden I raised my kids and I get on here, and I even helped with this whole internet shit. But I get on and I see, for me, I hear platforms, and all of a sudden I hear such disparity. And it's like an anti-American kind of like, and there's like
And I don't
actually
want to
a
use
doubt story.
anti-America.
Hold on, can I
because
finish? Hold on. It's like there's a doubt story now. And it's like you can even go and listen more. And it's like it even intentionally goes into the root, because it's like this has a lot of strength and moral compass to this. So let's pollute it. And all of a sudden you get taken back into the 1600s. And so all of a sudden now that wasn't a landmark thing. Now you're back to here. Then you're kind of getting in on some, oh, no, that goes. And everything is a negative. And I just
it's
find
unfortunate that there is a negative team, and
this country is founded and it's established freedom around the world. The world is sitting back in luxury with all kinds of things that only came to be because of the freedoms that were put here for private individual companies. Not everything was corporate. There were so many private companies, lumber mills, brick yards, all kinds of things. At least around here there were.
Back when we were
corporations
functioning
came in and started buying land masses up, and all of a sudden there are no loggers anymore. Now it's a corporation, Georgia Pacific. Now it's Louisiana Pacific. Now owns all this. Okay, well, all those businesses went out. I watched it right here. We had a meat market. We had a vegetable market. These people made their living. You could walk in there and go, hey, yo, JR, I'm having a barbecue this weekend, having about 10 people. I need a really good brisket. Got you, man. You want to come see me in a couple hours? It's cut for you. It was fresh cattle. So see, it's not a major distribution. I can now sit and zoom out and see where the corporation mentality has reached out and absorbed everything. And it's killed off the backbone, which in the take, because you release a digital platform upon all these people, it's now easy to get lost. Because you're now lost that good old, hey, I'm going to go out and work the garden today. I'm going down to the market. I'm going to go and put boots on the ground, a sweat. Think about the statement. When I was a kid, you got a job in school. Dude, you were like the big shit on the block.
Yeah, making money.
Now you go get a job in high school and they laugh at you going, sucker. You're just
that's
paying the
because
man.
we've been robbed of opportunity. The opportunity.
My mind jacking, dude.
That's one of the great things. That's one of the founding blocks of this country that's been stolen. And that's the point that I want to make, is that I'm not anti-American by any means. I'm looking at.
No, me either.
Hey, D-Dog.
I'm looking at, oh my goodness, D-Dog.
D-Dog. You needed the haircut.
Look, I just
oh my
came
goodness.
to the truth that there is an enemy, okay, a spiritual enemy, and that there are very powerful people, very wealthy, I'll say.
Well, when you have a solid core where you are immovable, that cannot be, because.
Well, look, all I'm saying is that very powerful group of people and families, we were just mentioning Lucifer earlier tried to offer these kingdoms and whatnot to Jesus, and, he declined. And that doesn't mean that, the devil stopped offering these kingdoms to people. He found families to offer these kingdoms to, and they are, counterfeit and profit, but so is our current administration. And they, things they're what I'm trying to say is that they came up with the idea to come over here and start this nation and to make it the best thing ever. A lot of people would argue that England, the UK, is very much the free world before America was, became what it was. But, and I'm not trying to act like an authority figure that knows how everything works, but I'm just, I'm going based off of my life, my guidelines, my experiences, and the things that I've learned. And, essentially the powers that be, because there were very, wealthy people involved, nobility involved with funding and all that, starting and finding and discovering America. And they very much wanted it to be something, and they wanted to build something in order to eventually take it down.
I got something I want to say.
So we know what's going to be. It's been written for millennia. We know what's coming. Maybe not the minute specifics. However, we know what's coming. My thoughts are getting through this, trying to make things better around me as I go. For those that come behind me, my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren.
What I think is, like, if you look back in the prophecies in the Bible, it says that once Israel becomes a nation again, then not one generational path before basically the stuff hits the fan. would anyone here argue that we're like in that last generation before stuff hits the fan?
A lot of
I'm
people
not
would.
So because of how long a generation lasts, there's not that much
going to
time left.
speculate when the Father moves. I'm
Okay.
going to try to do as commanded.
Yeah, no, like that's one thing because I'm not gonna argue because like I said earlier, I keep my mind
Don.
open. It is possibly we are close to the end, or
Right.
like I've heard from other people, they could be trying to force things to look like that, or I keep my mind open to the possibility of this thing could keep going for hundreds of more years. You know what I mean? Now that sounds very highly unlikely to me personally, but that doesn't mean that I'm not an authority figure. That doesn't mean I'm right.
Okay, let me put it this way. Let me ask you guys some questions. All right, are we with wouldn't did Israel become a nation again?
48. Wait, what?
Okay, did Israel become a nation again?
Yeah.
Okay, check. So that means that not one generation can pass before tribulation, etc.
So where is this? Is it Daniel?
I think it's Daniel. I don't remember the exact.
You're talking about Daniel's 70th week.
Yeah, it's no, it's actually the parable of the budding of a fig tree. It's like when a fig tree buds, it's a metaphor.
Wow, that just came to mind the other day.
Yeah, that means that basically that the fig tree represents Israel becoming a nation again. And there's other like side prophecies that kind of flush that out a bit more. But that's what time we're in right now. Now think about this. They say no man can buy or sell unless he has the mark. They just say, okay, unless you vote the right way, you get it opt out of the mark. Is that how it works? Do you get to vote out of did Peter get to vote out? He didn't get to vote out. He tried to duck out though. Probably say, oh yeah, I don't know who this guy is. What are you talking about? That's what it's really going to come down to. I'm just telling you, that's how it works. You're either going to choose Christ or you're going to die.
That's the whole frontal rock vibe.
You're not going to pull out your AK and fight the devil or whatever. I'm sorry, that's just not going to happen. Maybe you could do that if you want, and that's more power to you. But that's not going to change the fact that you still have everything boils down to two roads. You choose Christ or you don't. That's it.
Lauren. Right. And that's the most important thing, right? That we can decide. And that's something we do have control over, right? Go ahead, D-Dog.
Exactly. I mean, think of it this way. Let's say knowing the time that you can't buy or sell. And the thing is, this world going into a digital currency or not?
It is.
It's going to a digital currency. Everything's and everything's lining up with a new world order. You got even your own presidents are talking about that. Going back to Bush Senior and all that. It's on the money, for Christ's sake. It's like the money that has the Egyptian pyramid on it, just like the obelisk that's in the Washington Monument. If you go inside that Washington Monument, you'll see like Washington making the Baphomet pose, and that's called that he's supposed to become like a god. Don't believe me? Look this stuff up. And also, that's like I said before, the Masons are also connected to the Mormons and all that, where they believe they become their own god, which is the oldest lie in the book, goes all the way back to the garden. All this stuff it's all lined out for you. I don't know what else to say. So I personally believe the Antichrist is alive right now. And so it's just a matter of time before they let the shoe drop. And then and everything, you get the 7 years tribulation. That's how it works. So if the Antichrist is alive, I want last question. Just trust me on this. Let's assume, from my point of argument, that the Antichrist is alive right now. Is there a president that can fix that?
No.
What do you mean by fix that? I mean,
is there a president that's going to be like okay, or a world leader that's going to come and save the day and be all right, Antichrist, we're going to blow you up with an A-bomb or whatever, or we're going to like put sanctions on the devil or something that can stop that. It can't be stopped anyway. That's the whole point.
Of course not.
You can't, if you're going to believe in a worldly kingdom, then more power to you. Go do it. You know what I mean? And I'm
Thanks,
sorry.
Don.
I didn't make this world up. I just live in it. I'm just telling you like it is. It doesn't, none of that stuff matters. It's this whole world is going bye-bye. That's it. Sayonara, done. Check, please. This whole world is going to be replaced with a new heaven and a new earth. So if you get attached to this world, you've made your decision. And God bless everybody in Jesus' name. That's just the way it is. You can't be fooled by the glitter or the
Nick,
whatever.
try to be respectful. You can hold on 1 second, Peanut. Nick, I think you might be new here, but we don't call each other names here. We can be respectful and disagree at the same time. So go ahead and share what it is you believe, but you don't need to be calling names, please. Thanks. And D-Dog, I think you had something you wanted to say. Would you go ahead and share what you were going to say?
I don't want to interrupt him.
No, it's all good, brother. Go for it.
No, it's okay. We're taking turns.
Okay, it's real simple. What year did Israel be recognized as a nation? Does anyone know?
Like 1948, I think.
It may be 42.
Right, so it's been way more than one generation, right?
No, not exactly.
We're at the end of that generation.
Yeah, we're at the end of it.
What's the generation, just out of curiosity? What's the numerical value?
So, okay, let me look up when in the Bible, because humans had a big change. There was for a long time, folks could live for a long time, and folks try to explain that away with science and be like, well, we just counted differently. And
then we were put down to 120 years, I think.
We were, exactly. So that would be about your time frame, is, they're within about 120 years.
Okay.
Good night, Joe. Thanks for being here. God bless.
A generation in the Bible is between 70 and 80 years.
That's correct. But not longer than like 120.
And there's people in Israel, rabbis.
I had to look that one up. I didn't know that.
They're saying that they're Messiah.
Elaine, go ahead and elaborate. Thanks, Bonnie.
And they've got the red heifers. That's part of the prophecy has to come. That hasn't happened for 1,000 years. They had the red heifers ready to go. They need to sacrifice those to start the new, to bless the new temple over there. The new the third temple. And
if you want a really good understanding of a lot of this, I've shouted this guy out before, and I don't agree with everything from everybody. Pastor Steven Anderson, and Faithful Word Baptist Church, he has a video series that breaks down Revelations with no stone unturned. So this dude, he speaks like, this is a pastor that speaks multiple languages. And like, so his foundation and his education is in phonics and like speaking. And so it's well worth it. I had the time when I was back in the day taking Tiff and the family up to her family in Indiana. It was a 12-hour drive. It's a 12-hour series. It's like, it's done in sermons, 1.5 hour each. And it literally goes through every single verse, and he doesn't pass up one word that someone might misunderstand or not know. Like, he very thoroughly breaks it down. And you chew up the meat and you spit out the bones. You have to use your discernment with everything everywhere. But because there's a big fight between truthers, or there was for a time, between pre-trib, mid-trib, and post-trib. I really don't want to bring that up and get into a fight, because I don't think that we're supposed to be fighting about division. I know that we need to speak truth, and it would be at best we can say what we think, but folks have to come to it in their own time. All we can do is plant the seed. But
amen.
and I highly suggest you guys look up. Maybe it's called Revelations No Stone Unturned, or just look up Revelations Pastor Steven Anderson, and you should find a video series. It's 12 and a half hours. But if you're a trucker, it's like perfect. You know what I mean? Like, but and I did that series a couple of years in a row. I would have a 12-hour drive up there and I would go through it, and then we would have a 12-hour drive back and I would go through it again. And we did that a few years in a row, and that's what I would do is I would go through Revelations while we drove to Indiana. And I'm rusty. It's been like 8 years since I've really delved back into Revelations. But if you really are curious about this and you want to get rid of the fear and you want to know, because the knowledge, Jesus said, my people are destroyed due to lack of knowledge. So it's basically, knowledge is a thing you have to seek. And he says, if you seek, you shall find. And if you knock, the door will be open to you. And if you ask, you will receive. And you should also know that there's a very special blessing that comes in the first book of Revelations to anyone who reads it. It comes with a blessing. I was trying to look that up real quick because it's important if you care about it. That's what I would suggest.
I wanted to address a kind of a side conversation happening here in the chat about God's will and free will and all of this. I was just talking about the sexual and development of avoids chat and stuff. But we were talking about how God's will can be seen as like a house. If you think of God's will as a house, so we get free will within that house. We can choose to go down different paths if you want to look at it that way, or open different doors and go into different rooms. But all of those are within God's will. So we have free choice, but it's still within what God wills to happen. And then along with that, God is outside of time, which we were talking about a little bit here earlier. God is outside of time, and so he can see all times at all times. I mean, he's outside and inside. He's everywhere. So he's outside of time and can look into all times at all times, or you can think of it as he's in all times at all times. But so he knows what we're going to decide. So even though he has the power to control us, he doesn't, and he gives us free will, because otherwise we would just be his slaves. We would be his robots.
Right.
We need free will in order to choose him. Yeah, which is why we have that choice, and that's where it comes in.
To have a relationship with, if it's forced to have a relationship with.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it. Yep. Amen.
Right.
Do you guys remember who Abraham was?
Absolutely. Father Abraham.
What did Abraham? What's he known for?
Had many sons. Many sons had Father
Abraham. Right.
Known for having, Ishmael and Isaac, and he's the father of nations, is what he's known for. But currently, Ishmael and Isaac and their descendants thereof are in the news.
Did you guys remember anything about a sacrifice from Abraham?
Of course.
What happened?
So, God, in a dream, Abraham was told to offer. Well, actually, it wasn't a dream. He was awakened at night and had a vision. And was told to go and take Isaac, his only son,
right,
and offer him at the mount. And he did so after only being told once. And he got to the mountain. He traversed there. He got to the mountain, and an angel. He built the offering, the altar, and Isaac. I think Isaac went voluntarily.
Yeah, because he wasn't a little boy. He wasn't little. He was a young man. He was a bigger boy.
Regardless,
he was not completely dumb.
So regardless, Abraham went to sacrifice Isaac, and an angel told him stop, and actually had to tell him twice when he only had to be told to do it once. But anyway.
And why is it even more so? Like anybody who would be willing to give up their own son, they would have to, if anyone really loved their son, they wouldn't want to do that at all. but especially because what was special about the circumstances surrounding Abraham having his son? Was there anything special about that?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Was we skipped the whole part about how long they had to wait to have children, because
That's
God
right.
told him,
Amen.
"Hey, you're going to have all these children. You're going to be the father of nations." And then him and Sarah wait, and they're like, "Well, and then so much so that she was like 80 years old, and forgive me if I'm wrong. I'm rusty. He said, you're gonna have a child," and Sarah laughed, and he made her wait longer, and she was 80 years old. And I mean,
Hey, Skull.
So skipping, we kind of
Right.
skip past all that struggle,
Right.
and then they do have, well, there's Ishmael
because
with what's her name, Hagrid.
I believe that's your whole Muslim spin, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yep,
that's exactly.
the descendants of Ishmael.
So when Abraham was willing to sacrifice his son, his wife had to wait 80 years to have that child, right? I mean, he loved that child, I'm sure, beyond measure, probably to the 10th degree of anybody who's ever had a child. That's how much he was just tested to the limit to have that child. It was the one thing he valued more than anything else in this lifetime, yet he was willing to sacrifice his own son, which he had waited for 80 years to have that child. So I have a question for you guys. Is there anything, money, houses, fancy cars, whatever, is there anything in this world that you would not sacrifice?
For God? What do you mean?
That's my point.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Well, it reminded me of a verse. Can I read it?
Absolutely not.
3 verses. Okay. All right.
Okay.
First John 2:15 through 17. Okay. And I know this is kind of like taking it from like one to another, but so verse 15 says, "Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world.
Amen.
If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him."
Right. Amen.
For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes and the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world. And the world passeth away, and the lust thereof. But he that doeth the will of God abideth forever.
Amen.
And Jesus even said that if you followed my words to a T, you would not experience death.
Yep. Exactly. You can't hold on to anything in this world. Anything. You got to be willing to give up everything.
Nick, I hope you'll stick around with an open mind.
Well, that's the first thing that they had to do, I believe, was sell all their belongings to follow Christ.
Hey, Foamy.
That's all I'm saying.
But
and I believe that Abraham knew, because like Abraham had immense trust in God, and God told him that he would be the father of nations. So I believe that he had absolute faith that in one way or another it was going to be okay.
Y'all got to read the word and hang on to his word, to know that,
Are you laughing at me, Rescue? That is
no, ma'am.
So
Tom,
rude.
Truth with Tom.
Sure. No,
Thank you, Fitchcrafter, for being here.
You read Truth with Tom, and then you'll be laughing too.
Okay, I'm going to.
You got to remember Romans 8:28, and we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose. So we can't forget that, he is our shelter, our refuge, our provider. Okay. And that he will make, because he is the God of possible. He made an 80-year-old woman have, I'm just saying that, he is the God of possible. The laws that we have in place, even physical laws, the physics, all of this is his creation. And of course, y'all know he's all powerful. He can do whatever he wants. But my point is that you can't forget that he has plans to help you, not to harm you. And so when he asks you to do a difficult thing, or you get a calling to do a difficult thing, that it's really easy to lose sight of, like, we get so freaked out and so worried. But that's why he told us, 365 times, do not fear, or don't worry, that I'm with you, I'll take care
Right.
of you, I'll fight
Right.
for you, go and do the thing and I'll be there and take care of it.
Yeah.
um,
Amen.
and it's scary. It's scary. Look at Jonah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just
I mean,
because Indy was talking about how, we have free choice, but that only goes
I
as
agree.
far as God
Ditto.
will. And I was thinking about Jonah, like Jonah
Mhm.
had the free choice to not go to Nineveh, but God's will
Right.
went to Nineveh.
Good call, Tiff. Yeah.
if God sees you to it, he will see you through it. So
Yeah.
even if all of our normalcies fall away, a lot of times it'll happen to folks when they get a huge blessing that, like, it seems like their whole world is falling apart. But, blessings often come in disguise. And when it feels like everything's falling apart, really it's all just falling together,
Yep, that's right.
because like Indy said, it's all happening within God's house. You know what I mean? You have free will to make your decisions and choices and whatnot, but it's still, I mean, everything is under his control. He is in
Yeah.
full control.
Yeah, he's always in control, really.
And like it makes me think of too, because okay, this is a little bit off the topic, but like when you think about the friends and the company that you keep, right? I used to, though I have always like I was raised like I've always felt God's presence. I do boast in the Lord. However, because I was confident in that, my actions always didn't always, reflect that, I suppose. And so I used to run with a little bit of a rougher crowd, and people that definitely were not in the faith for a while. And so like, and it's hard because like as kind of that part of my life changed and you and I got together and I don't know, just my walk with the Lord really like I really got traction. Then like
Nice.
you kind of you don't even it's not even necessarily intentional, but you end up parting ways with your old ways. You know what I mean? And it's kind of a mourning process because like there's friends that like they were really good friends.
Shedding
Even if
the old self.
what?
Shedding the old self.
Yeah. And like there's friends that I had that they were really good friends and I
Hey,
miss them
William.
dearly. But I
But
don't
then
even necessarily want to reach out because I know that we're so vastly different. It would just be best to leave it the good that it was, you know?
Yeah, I could hear you.
But like
Yeah, I
I'm
know
more
exactly what you mean by
Yeah.
that.
Well, look in 2 Corinthians 5:17. Therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things are become new. And so every day it will become getting rid of that old self and those old habits and those old ways of thinking, and doing. And, it is not easy, but he will guide you through it.
That's where I
Um,
think the works parts comes in, see, because that's going to be the
right. Faith
works, because
without
that's the
works
change.
is dead. Faith without works is dead.
Yeah.
But you won't get to heaven on works alone, least any man should boast. So you're not going to get there based off of what you do. But if you don't do anything, your faith is dead.
I hear what you're saying.
Well,
Russ.
your character change should then cause a showing of work. It's kind of like
That's actually
not knowing how to
there's
do a
scripture-
warehouse, and then all of a
there's-
sudden you went to the course and you got all the full understanding of logistics, and you now understand warehouse, and now you're in there. Oh, it can be shown that you went and you learned something because they can see it in the works, and that's kind of the way I always take that.
obedience is the natural like it's the natural response to giving your life over to God in my opinion. Like when you're seeking the Lord, you don't even necessarily need to. You just naturally want what to please him and it just
Hey, militant.
like,
Good to see you.
Subservient.
yeah.
Yea, a man may say, Thou hast faith, and I have works. Show me thy faith apart from thy works, and I will show thee my faith by my works.
Yeah. Sometimes people get like too hooked up on works though, because then because I think people get this idea that like, well, once you're saved, right, that you become spotless and there's no more bad things you do, etc. I just don't think that's the case. I think
that is not the case.
Yeah,
No.
exactly. It's
I am
more
here to tell you I have sinned since I have been saved.
Yeah.
you know,
I mean,
me too. Amen. Yep. Yeah. Anyone who
we
says
try
they
not
have no
to.
sin in them doesn't have the truth in them.
And I'm surrounded by a diverse bunch. So,
yeah, but you still would show work though, like
Hey, Gary, baby.
She's saying because like go ahead. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I was talking over you.
Lady Smith, were you saying something?
I forgot. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yes, JS Urban Adventures.
Do you ever almost wonder, we always talk about the news and how there's so much going on and it's all distractions. But like when I say distractions, I'm thinking distractions from other news. But really the true distraction is it's really keeping you worldly. It's keeping you centered on worldly events, on worldly things. And so like, like we're stuck trying to find the balance of being watchers so that it doesn't take us like a thief in the night, but and so that we know that enemy's devices, but then also not, like not just looking for the enemy, not just being distracted. We do try to bring it back to put your faith, not in man, but in Christ.
Look, I got 2 verses for that, and it's under the context of do not worry. Okay. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. Like the truest desires of your heart. And then Colossians chapter 3, verse 2, set your minds on things above, not on earthly things. Because it's gonna pull you away from
when there's a new major event happening every day, every other day, like man, it really keeps you wrapped up.
Oh, it's funny. This verse is in the context of putting on the new self.
And what else is interesting is that like so while there's all these events happening day after day, keeping us kind of focused on worldly things instead of our relationship with Christ, instead of, like, I'll be honest, like, I really, really, really want to read the Britney Spears book. Like, I want to go get it and read it. And I'm fairly confident I could read it all within 2 days. I have never read the Bible within 2 days. I don't even have a year, you know what I mean? Like, I'll be honest, some days it's a chore to get into it. And then some days but usually once I do, it's like, I don't want to stop. So like I don't know where I was going with that. I'm sorry guys, I ramble.
No, you're fine. Hey, Indy,
there's a couple things that have been brought up in chat.
Okay,
go ahead, Peanut. Did you have something you want to say?
I know you play other people's music on here at times, so I hope like if I put a link, something in chat for a song I wrote, I was hoping you'd let me play it on here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, excellent.
You can put it in the private chat. Supplanter wrote, here's where I'm going to appear as a contrarian. Did the so-called fallen angels come to this realm simply because they rejected the notion that they needed to obey an authoritarian?
I think it was out of jealousy.
Really interesting question.
I think it was the jealousy of the creation of man, and and they felt like God's attention was now put on man, and that's what caused the rebellion. Lucifer, the most beautiful of all, he was right there, and he got jealous, and so that's kind of my thoughts.
And I think that jealousy too is not putting God first.
Amen. Yeah, I completely agree.
Lucifer's core problem, what caused the war in heaven and the fall of all those entities, is not that God's an authoritarian. It's that Lucifer's pride. He said that he was as good as God, that he was equal to God, and that let me see here. I was going to look up scripture. I always get distracted. I always want to look up scripture to back me up because I want to be accurate. I don't want to be a Bible thumper. I don't want to be, misquoting stuff, but,
there you go, D-Dog.
At the core of it. Okay. So we know God hates pride. Okay. You can look that up. God resists the proud. Okay. So like, if you're doing anything in the spirit of pride, God is already resisting that. He doesn't dig pride. Because he deserves all the pride, all the glory. You know what I'm saying? Like he created all of, like any, it says that every good and perfect gift comes from above. So like every good and perfect gift comes from him. So like he certainly is not an authoritarian. He is all powerful and deserves the where he sits.
He's the creator.
And yeah, he is the father, and he is a good father. And a good father is not corrupt. A good father is just, and that means that basically, when one of his creations or his children rebel, that there must be some punishment. Okay, because that's just. It would be corrupt of him to just let everything go. You know what I mean? And just let then do us what thou wilt is the other team. And that's kind of where that comes from. Do whatever you want. And so that was the main problem. Oh, I wanted to look up the 5 I ams of Satan.
Tom's got it. He says he is the seat of all authority. That's it. He's the creator. He's the seat of all authority. He's the father of all things.
Yeah, amen.
But yeah.
Is it okay if I say something?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just kind of wanted to jump in for to speak for the chat. We'd like to hear more from Indy.
Amen.
I kind of feel like she's such a gracious host, and I haven't heard very many people asking her what she thinks about things, and I just kind of want to remind everybody why everyone's here. Everyone's here to hear from her. We love her.
Well, thank you for that, Skull. I appreciate it, but I really
I don't want to be rude, but
hosting a spot for us to all get together and talk evenly.
Yeah, no, I know you're ever gracious, and that's why I wanted to remind everyone that we'd like to hear more.
Yeah,
so
it does get
she's
tricky
not gonna
too.
say
Just so people in chat know too, it does get difficult sometimes because some of it's a delay. So we can be talking over each other and not know that the other person's talking. So that does happen often up on panel as well. But yeah, thank you, Skull.
Yeah, I didn't really have any opinions to add or anything. I just wanted to say thanks for doing it, and hopefully everyone will leave a little room for you.
I appreciate that.
So we can hear more.
Yeah. Well, I hope we all are able to come up and share. And thank you for coming up, Skull. Skull has a really great channel too. So please check out his channel when you have a chance. Has a great community there. And actually, Skull, you and the Nut House have very similar things that you do with your streams sometimes. So you guys should connect.
I've been a sub from Nut House for years. Yep.
Oh, well, there you go. No wonder.
Yep.
What's up, Skull? Well, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, good, man. How are you?
Great.
Good.
Oh, awesome. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt everybody
well,
and everything,
House,
but I just wanted to give a general reminder.
No, that's okay.
Interesting stuff. I've been enjoying. I've been listening the whole time. I haven't been chatting much, but I've been listening. It's awesome.
Excellent.
I went robot right when that happened. Let me go ahead and pull up this video. So do you want to tell us a little bit about this, Nut House?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Being selfish. It's a song.
Hold on one second. Rescue, if that's you, would you rewind that? Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Peanut. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. It's first of all, thanks for having me up, Indy. I loved your stream the other night, man. Like what Skull's saying, it's like you are extremely gracious. And I was getting a kick out of like the people that you had on the panel that were up. Like there was I forgive me if I forget people's names, but like the guy who was singing the what's it called, the Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, like the makeup on it.
Oh yeah, that's Joe Norman. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
fantastic. He was here in chat earlier.
Yeah, it was fun to watch.
Very
him.
talented.
He kind of brings a unique quality to it. Like I've never seen anyone do that before on YouTube, so I thought it was kind of cool. And then the drummer guy was on there. He was interesting too because like his one of the things I noticed was that he had like a lot of subtle dynamics in his playing. So like towards the end, he'd be playing the snare drum, and instead of just banging away on it, he'd be playing from like softer to like a crescendo, making the sound out of the snare drum louder to fit like to add extra emphasis to what he was playing. So there's a lot of subtlety in what he was doing, which I found that was sophisticated.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people
check out his channel. That's Mr. Smith, and he's very talented. And he not only plays the drums, but he sings and plays the bass and all everything pretty much. So yeah, even the hurdy-gurdy.
Hurdy-gurdy. Yeah, I wish I could play a medieval instrument or something. That's pretty cool. Right? Yeah, it was fun. I would like to play the hurdy-gurdy sometime.
Thanks. Cool. Thanks for being here and watching. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's every week. I never know exactly what's going to happen, but it's always a good time. And I thank everybody for being here.
It's like, I don't know why I haven't tuned in earlier because I see you everywhere. You know what I mean? Then one time I saw your live. I thought, what the heck? Let's check it out. I have to confess, I had a really great time. And I think that's what Skull is alluding to as well. And so I'd like to hear what you have to say too, but I kind of felt like I'm not trying to take away anybody's thunder here, but I kind of felt like trying to add something to what you're doing respectfully. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not about me anyway. I don't have a huge ego or anything, believe it or not. But so I'm just grateful to be here.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Yeah,
I have to apologize. I that's how it goes at like
we're the bulldozer friends.
Yeah, my normal family gatherings you should see is like, holy crap! It's just everybody yelling over everybody, and
we'll try to hush up a little bit. But I would like to point out,
and Tiff, you guys have talked about this with me before off screen too. You know what I mean? And I really appreciate you guys being here. I really like what you guys have to say, and everyone in this community, I like hearing what your thoughts are, and that's part of what I want to do here is have everybody be able to share differing opinions. Because I do think that this, we talk about this every time, I feel like, but there's so much trying to divide us. And I think it's important for us to try to find our common ground. So when we have these disagreements in the chat, the disagreements in the chat or disagreements up on panel, that's fine, because we need to be working through these things. And as long as we can do it in a civil way, that's great.
Chat is extremely welcoming here. Yeah.
Yeah. Very
awesome.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. If I may sidebar just real quick, if we all turned our webcams on, we could do a Brady Bunch sit. I'm just saying, we no obligation.
That makes me
Count Yorga's totally in.
All right. I don't know which that makes like Brand would be Bobby, right? And then
we could put Indy in the middle.
Right.
I was just gonna say. The same thing, Tiff.
All right, now I'm not the maid anymore. That's a good thing.
I fell for it.
Count Yorga, come back.
Absolutely, Supplanter. Thank you for being here and for putting your questions out.
But actually, what
all right, so
okay, let's go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I do want to go ahead and play your song. Will you go ahead and tell us about it?
Yeah. It's just like, it's a song that I wrote for somebody who's special to my heart. And like, it's an original song. I was working on it in a while. And what I was trying to do was come up with an interesting chord progression. So like I used like different kind of chords in different structures in it, like where they wouldn't normally go in the progression. Like for example, I use like a major chord on the would be like a sharp 3 or something, and then switch to a minor, the relative minor of the original key I was using. So that's what I was trying to do, is play with chords where it using them in ways they weren't really specifically intended to make an interesting chord progression for someone that I care about, and that's basically what it's about.
Awesome. Thanks for telling us about it. All right, if everybody else can mute.
Whatever may happen from here in what you do, I just wanted to let you know that my heart is ever true. So wherever you may roam on the path where we must part, I'll always stand by you in the fire within my heart. In my heart you'll stay forever and a day. So wherever you go, you'll never be alone. 'Cause I'll always be with you in our memories that we've known. No matter how far away, you'll always be in my prayers. I just want you to be happy and for you to know that I care. In my heart you'll stay forever and a day. I'm sorry I hurt you. I can feel the rain pouring down, but it won't wash away the pain that I feel when you're not around. So I'd climb the highest mountain and swim the largest sea. I would cross the deepest valley if you ever need me, honey, yeah. So please remember when things go wrong, yeah. I'll always be with you, baby, whenever you hear this song. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Whoa, 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 yeah. Whatever may happen from here and what you do, baby, just wanted to let you know that my heart is ever true. Oh, oh. So wherever you may roam on the path where we must part, I'll always stand by you in the fire within my heart forever and a day.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
That
for
was
sharing that with us.
awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me do
That
that
was
too.
fantastic. Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. That was great.
Yeah.
Yay.
Well, Bran, D-Dog, and Rescue all had to go for different reasons. Thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate it. And I'll see you guys around soon. Much love.
Yeah. Good hanging with y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Why did I
As
get kicked
always.
out? Oh, I didn't get kicked out. Okay, I thought I got kicked out.
You're still here. You just got moved.
Oh,
Not yet. Not yet, Gary, baby.
okay.
See, if you were in the same timeline, you would have been kicked out, but you're in this timeline now. So
No, I've gotten kicked out of better places than this before, I tell you.
It goes both ways.
Give you a can for a second. Oh, where's my can?
Hey, I saw a bunch of people coming in too. License, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Mike, thank you for being here.
Good to see you, License.
Yeah.
Who are you? What have you done with Unspecified Podcast Review?
Right?
I got rid of Scooter.
Looking sharp there, Landon. Yeah, absolutely. LLCC says we all do not have to agree, but we will have some common ground, hopefully. Yeah. And I think that's the best thing we can do is try to find that common ground. Mm-hmm.
Good night, Russ.
That's good.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
It was awesome.
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
That's right. Make it a good day. The choice is yours to make. Yeah,
Hi,
Rank. I've
Rusty.
never been a Beatles fan either. Oh yeah. Yeah. Are you able to drop that link, Peanut? Or did Auntie already grab it for the video?
To the video?
Yeah. Or is
I'll put
is
it
it
in private.
listed on your page? Okay.
Give me a second. I'll find it.
Yeah,
How
if
many
you put it in the
tracks
private
was
chat,
that?
I can put it in the regular chat.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go back to.
Good to see you, Brew. Thanks for being
I
here.
may sound ignorant, but was that like multiple guitar tracks, or because what I'm remembering was the arpeggiation, you know.
Oh, right. That was that's just one guitar part.
Yeah, I thought there was more. Yeah, that was really good, dude.
Oh, thank you. It took me a long time to work on it. I was like trying to like do something different with the chords and all that, and so yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anti. Dropping everybody's links. Rank, if you can show your face real quick, just so I know it's you.
Okay. I'm putting it in the private chat right now.
Okay, perfect.
Bam.
All right, let me grab it. See if I can do that here.
And then it got quiet.
If you can hear me backstage,
I'm over here.
Just
I'm
show your
busy
face
subscribing to the channel.
You don't have to keep your face on camera to come up, but just so I can see it's you. Yep. Thank you. You can keep it on if you want. Either way. Hey, good to see you. How's it going, Rank?
Hey. Oh, I got all dressed up and everything.
Oh.
Hey, Rank, looking slick there.
I think it's just me. I can't hear you. Just a second. I think it's just on my end. Technical difficulties.
Good.
All right, now I can hear you. Hi, Rank. How's it going?
How you all doing? Hope everybody's well.
Cheers.
Hello.
No, I liked the song. I'm gonna be honest. Like everyone's like, oh yeah, it's great. But I'm gonna be that 12th guy. I'm gonna be like, the lyric structure could have been a little bit. You could have probably changed the lyric structure a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Other than that, I thought it was great. To be honest.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but you need to get it's constructive criticism, mate. So
yeah, that's cool. Appreciate your honesty.
What? Yeah.
So
you don't want everybody pissing in your pocket, so to speak. Yeah.
What was wrong with the lyrics? Like, what would you change? Can you be more specific?
Oh, I'll have to listen to it again.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. And I will go back and listen to it again.
Come on, man. That's a lame answer. You said the lyrics could have been better. You should have an answer for that. I mean, come on, man.
Okay.
Mate, I come.
Yeah, I agree. If you're going to give a criticism, it is nice.
Yeah, if you're gonna throw that out there, man. Come on, man.
I come from music royalty.
Okay.
I do too. So continue, please.
Touche.
Touche, my friend.
True that. Actually, Yuri, sometime I hope you're going to come up here and play.
On God, pussycat.
Oh, it's on.
I would love that. All right. Well, I know that link that I just put in there had something weird at the end of it, but if you guys could check that link and see if it works in the chat, the general chat, to go to the Nethouse's song, that'd be great.
All right. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm surprised I even made it in here.
I haven't said one thing or the other on the song. And I've been waiting for somebody to come up and go, yeah, it was, and here he is. And so I want to hear what he's got to say. I swear to God, I'm that prick. I'm the prick in the chat room.
Are you guys competing for this position? I don't
know. No, not at all. But don't say you could have changed some of the words when he goes, well, he was very nice and he said, you know, which words could I have changed? And he's like, well, I don't know. I need to listen to it again. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, man.
Well, I can't
Hold
think
on.
specifically. I was trying to think how to get in the fucking chat room, mate. I was more worried about fucking trying to get in here than I was fucking
I'm
thinking
glad
about-
you're here, man. I like you, man. You're all right.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, okay, with the lyric structure, you need something with the lyric structure that's going to be catchy and that's going to stay in your mind.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know what you mean.
You need a hook. Exactly. You need a hook.
And a
You
hook
need
doesn't always have to be words.
Yes.
It could be a.
So
like
It doesn't have to be, but it's good if it's better if it is words. Anyway.
Absolutely. I would have walked out of the room. And then got a beer.
And it's stuck in your head. Yeah. And it's stuck in your head for the next day.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the hook. That's the hook.
So you need a hook line that you need to repeat 2 to 3 times in the song, regardless of the other lyrics, which I can't even recall what they were now because it just didn't have the hook.
Fair enough.
But other than that, I enjoyed it.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
And other than that, I enjoyed it. And I was just like, it was like I was listening to a song and I was waiting for a chorus and it never came.
Well, it's not really a song that's meant
hold on a second. He's got a good point. It kind of never came to a chorus that would stick in your head. You know what I mean? Okay.
Hey, Jade.
Well,
Thanks for being
it's
here.
also, I gather, it's not like a song that was written for the structure of like, you know, the pop system or the radio system. It's just from the heart, like a song used to be to like a loved one. You know.
All right, you want to hear what I liked about it, what I didn't like about it?
Sure.
I did like what you said before you even started it. The chord structures were very Beatlesque. They were very much like the Beatles, where you went into these augment chords and or augment ninths or you know, diminished chords or whatever. You were pushing the chord thing, man, and I did like that. But I'm not a big fan of sappy ballads, and it's a ballad where it's kind of like saying "for me,"
Bullshit. You're a sucker
woe
for
is me, you know.
But come on,
and I'm
how
sorry.
many
I'm
albums? How
what?
many albums have a few songs in there that don't necessarily fit in the radio or
Tons,
you know,
tons.
right?
And I
mean,
agree.
This is
Tons.
one of those, you know, like, you know, this is for you, not for
No,
everyone.
and I'm not trying to say it's a crummy song. I'm not. But you know, you asked several people out here, what are your pros and cons? And I've listened, and I didn't say jack shit for a while until what's his name? Rank 2000 came up, and he had a couple of criticisms, and that's only my thing on. And he had a good point. It really doesn't have a hook. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you could write a hook into there, you know, go with it, man. I love the chords. I did. I love the chord progression. I love that.
Yes, absolutely. Mate, it just needs like, there was one there. What was it? I'll come get you. And you had a nice picture of a tower, like a drone flying over the top of a certain tower, and it was real beautiful.
Well, I wasn't watching the video. I was listening to the song. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was listening to what he was doing.
I was liking the visuals.
I was sitting in front of it, so I had it.
All right.
But yes, I did start this William Gramer. Yes.
But otherwise, bravo, man, bravo. Good song, man. Good song.
Well, and
Good
also
playing.
I want to say thank you for putting it out there. I mean, I haven't even brought myself to do karaoke on YouTube yet. Like, I think it's pretty amazing that you put this out there for the world to see, and then also that you're willing to take feedback. It's pretty impressive.
It's all
Anything I do, people critique everything I do, man. They critique every single minute note, everything.
Receipts, William.
Forget that.
I'm gonna
happen now.
People suck, man. But no, great song.
Fuck.
Might need a little might need a little tweaking. But other than that, I think it's good.
Someone's gonna steal it. Fuck.
I hope not. Yeah, copyright it. Copyright it.
Mate, I'd be doing it yesterday, mate.
All right, so Planter.
No, I
All
love
right,
the
well,
chord.
Pendar was here earlier in the chat, and we got to talking, and so I didn't get to share her song, but I did want to bring it up to share.
Okay.
Hold on
Indy,
1 second.
Is it Pinder or is it Pindar?
Pendar.
Oh, I don't know.
How do you say it?
I
Is
like
it Pender?
Pindar,
I think it's Pendar.
but it's up to
No, I
them,
think
really.
that's how you say it.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she goes by Pendar.
What's
Yeah,
that?
the song is In That Moment.
Right on.
Mm-hmm. And it's an original. And Pendar will be on, like I said, Pendar will be on next week with me on Monday. So we'll get to hear more of her music and learn more about her. She has a great channel as well where she does like open mic. And then she also does a bunch of different games, especially a word game that's really addicting. But okay, if we can go ahead and mute on panel, and then Landon, if you would press play, that'd be great.
I was walking through Blackborough one day when I saw a warrior come my way, with eyes as fierce as the morning sun, and a strength that made my heart undone. But oh, my heart did skip a beat when our eyes met and our souls did meet. For in that moment I knew it true, that I had fallen in love with you. He told me tales of battles won and the battles lost that he had run. His voice was deep and full of pride, and my heart swelled with love inside. But oh, my heart did skip a beat when our eyes met and our souls did meet. For in that moment I knew it true, that I had fallen in love with you. We walked together for many miles, talking of life and our secret smiles. We shared our stories and our fears, and I felt myself drawn ever near. But oh, my heart did skip a beat when our eyes met and our souls did meet. For in that moment I knew it true, that I had fallen in love with you. And as the sun began to set that day, we sat together, content to stay. For I have found my warrior true, and he has fallen in love with me too. And our eyes met and our souls did meet. For in that moment I knew it true, that I had fallen in love
So beautiful. Thank you,
Wow.
Pendar, for letting us share that. And I'm so glad, Pendar, that you were able to be here for that.
That
thought
was
that you-
beautiful.
Yeah,
That was
I'm glad you came right back in.
magnificent. That was absolutely magnificent.
Was that
Mhm.
specifically designed for gaming music or something? Because like I
I
was
don't
trying
know. Talk about a beautiful ballad. You know, that was a
'cause
beautiful
once
ballad.
I realized it was yeah. Oh, it was stunning. Yeah, absolutely stunning. She's got a beautiful voice.
Yeah. She really does. And she's a
Everything was
wonderful
perfect.
person.
Everything was dead on. Every note was, everything was perfect.
And the human voice is the most beautiful instrument. It's like,
Yeah, and it couldn't have been done. It couldn't have been mixed or done any better, man. Every note was dead spot.
When he goes, the human voice is the most beautiful thing. I was just thinking, get AI to sing you a song. Oh, actually, I'm going to try that.
That's okay.
I'm going to try that. AI,
Thank you, Pendar.
sing me the most beautiful song ever.
Okay, so Pendar says, Mandar and I met in game. I wrote the song about our meeting and falling in love. Very
No
nice, Gary. You picked up on that.
Very cool.
Or was that you,
Legit.
Rank? Sorry. Yeah,
my
that's
God,
awesome.
I'm going to shed a tear. What the?
That was magnificent.
Well, we'll hear more of her story next week. So I hope you're back here, Rank, so you can hear.
I'm not
That's
telling.
awesome.
I'm not telling you my gamer name. Don't worry about it.
I mean, but that's top. What I just heard is top tier shit. That could be in a movie or a video game or anything, man. It was top tier, man.
Yeah,
Really.
that was really
Cool.
awesome.
Oh
Yeah.
no, I'm not
Yeah,
playing
beautiful.
nothing. I was about to start talking about my wife, but I'm not going to tell you her gamer name either.
That's smart.
Speak
That's smart.
English, will you?
Hey, and you got another one. You don't mind me playing another song?
Sure, yeah, we can do one more. Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah, bring it.
Well,
And
we
there,
can
I'm
enter into the
definitely-
music section of the night. Sure.
I'm definitely gonna have that song stuck in my head. Ronnie, what's up?
Hey, handsome Ronnie. Good to see you. Yeah, absolutely. Game on. Mm-hmm.
The harmonies now are really pretty.
Hey, Ronnie. What's up, brother?
What was the game?
Oh, I would love that, Pendar.
You know what? Don't tell us now. Just wait and save it for when you come on. But I want to know what the game was.
Mhm.
In my head, it was World of Warcraft, but don't tell us now.
Five Nights
Oh,
at
that's
Freddy's.
so sweet, Pendar.
but tell us.
I don't think I would have liked it.
Right? Whatever happens on Indy's channel.
Just use an acronym.
Oh, that's sweet, Bonnie. All right.
Is the song coming, or am I muting myself, or what?
Lonely woman too low, sweet warm water mud. Carry her down from the heavens above, angels fell of love. Lord, please bring me a clean woman, get dirty in the mud. Oh, I don't need a halo, I just need a good woman, so searching all around my backwater ground for that tender sound of a voice so sweet. Oh Lord, I pray for the day that you'll find a way back to me. Lord, please bring me a clean woman, leave dirty in the mud. Whoa, I don't need a halo, I just need a good woman's love. Lord, if you see her, yeah, please send her my way, yeah. And Lord, please hurry, 'cause I don't want to wait till the judgment day. Whoa, whoa, no. Time's running out again, yeah. The clock is showing 10 to 10, uh-huh. Please don't tell me it's too late for us, 'cause this love is all fake. Oh, yeah. I searched all around my backwater ground for that tender sound of a voice so sweet. Whoa, Lord, I pray for the day that you find a way back to me. Whoa, whoa, me. Lord, will you be me, woman to love in the sweet swamp water mud? Carry her down from the heavens above on the angel's feathers of love.
Nice. I like the
That was
twang
cool.
in that one.
Yeah.
Again, the guitar.
Well,
That
those
was,
guitars in that one too.
that was red hot. I grabbed my tablet real quick. I wanted to see if I could call you out your bullshit, and I tried to Shazam it, and Shazam said not recognized.
Dude, so if that was your song,
Yeah.
then your hook is in you're writing the hook into the chord
It'll-
progression because like it's stuck in my head just dun 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 dun.
Oh, right. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you.
Where did the video come from? Because I swear we've been to
Yeah.
that church that was in the swamp. That looks like the Blind River in Louisiana.
I have no idea. Just like pick up some random like images from Google Images, and that's what I came out with. You might have been
awesome.
there.
Yeah, for real. I'm like, this is our backyard.
Yeah, for real, that's so cool. Whereabouts you guys at?
Well,
Outskirts of New Orleans.
New Orleans. Oh, that's a trip. That's perfect.
Yeah.
It's like just about that area too. Really, you know,
Yeah.
that's perfect.
you just gave him a little bit more inspiration.
Awesome.
Hopefully, that would be awesome.
That was awesome.
Oh, thanks, Ray.
Sounded like it Led Zeppelin 3.
Yeah, that's kind of like the inspiration count. Absolutely.
That was the vibe I got right away.
Not
Really
I
did.
swear. Oh, I'm so sorry. Look, I am the bulldozer, okay? I'm
And
the
there's a
panel,
delay.
I'm the panel bulldozer. It's what I
You
do.
didn't like it?
I didn't watch what?
You didn't like that song?
Oh, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I was gonna ask.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Okay, Andy, have you been?
No,
trying
I thought you said you were the bulldozer and you were the one that wasn't going to like it. That's what.
Oh, I bulldoze people with my conversation skills. I'm a
Oh,
little
okay.
like a bulldog bulldozer.
We don't mean to.
I don't mean to, but if I'm
Hey, Catlin, thanks for being here.
You just have to verbally scooch
Thanks, Kurt.
us aside.
right, that's right.
Just talk right over us and I'll hush.
Or just be like,
Verbally scooch.
that's right.
Okay, well, I saw that Tony Howie, the man with the cheat codes, is here in the chat, and I have a song from him that I wanted to play. It's called "You're Everyone, You're Everything to Me," and he's called the man with the cheat codes, given that name by 15th Bend because he's amazing and he seems to have
cheat
cheat
codes?
codes at making music.
Oh shit!
Yep. Yeah.
Cheat
Check
codes.
it
I
out.
love cheat codes. Fuck you.
All right, go for it, Landon.
do if I were to lose you. Don't know how to face the day if your love went away. You're everyone, you're everything to me. Sometimes life gets rough, sometimes times are tough. You always know what to say to brighten up my day. You're everyone, you're everything to me. How can I make you see just what your love means to me? How can I show you today? My love is here to stay. We've had some ups and downs, we've been through thick and thin, but through it all we knew our love would win. You're everyone, you're everything to me.
Amazing. Tony, you have such a gift. I just always love sharing your music. Incredible. Yeah, everybody's muted up on panel. You can come on back in, guys.
Sorry, I had to step away to the restroom.
You're good.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely amazing.
I was on the end of that song. I was just soaking in, I was having a moment. Just needed to unwind for a split second, take it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ah,
I know. Good. It brings you to another place, right? Kind of transports you.
Yeah.
Talk about portals.
I put it in the chat. Yeah,
okay, hold on. That was awesome.
Oh shit! What? No, cheat codes. I was thinking I thought it was going to be a remix of something else.
So no, he does original. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was expecting something totally different. So what I actually heard, I was like, okay, this is better. Because what I was
Zach,
thinking of,
good to see you, brother.
More mainstream. Oh, Garrett, how you going, mate? Now you get to see my ugly mug. As if you haven't seen it before.
Yeah, if you guys aren't subbed up to Unique Prepping, check out Zach's channel. A really inspiring person, and he's doing great things. Has a great community he's building at his channel. A lot of familiar faces. Go check him out.
Put the link
Zach
in.
of Unique Prepping.
All right.
That was cool.
Scroll up a little bit.
Is that the one Auntie just posted?
Scroll up a little bit. Unique Prepping. I can drop it in the private chat too.
Okay, do that.
It'll take me a minute, but I will.
I got it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Good shit.
Tony, thanks for sharing your music with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. That was awesome, man.
Very cool.
Oh, nice, Bonnie.
I'm subscribing to Unique Prepping.
Connie, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Connie.
Unique Prepping subbed.
I agree, Skull. Yeah, Skull, thanks again for coming up too. Appreciate you.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Skull.
You had a solid crew on here tonight, eh? Some good people.
Right.
Yeah, great people here. Love it. Thank you, everybody, for being here, for sure. Especially on an off night. Appreciate you. Okay.
I appreciate you appreciating us.
Yeah, thank y'all for having us.
Exactly.
Of course.
Appreciate
it. I'm always.
Well, I always say if you're a really short stream, if it was just me up here by myself. I have done it before, but I don't know if I'd do it again. So all of you who come up and join me on panel, make this happen. Thank you.
If you got 2 hours to spare, all right. Oh, you were there. No, you weren't.
Am I what?
When my missus
Lady Smith. Thank you for being here too. Much love to you.
Renke 1000. And she did her first live stream. And it was an unboxing.
Yeah, I was there.
You were there? Yes. Okay.
I wish that guy would speak English.
Yeah. It's great.
No, sorry. English is my second language.
Well, speak American, will you?
Okay, God damn it, I'll fucking try, motherfucker. How's that?
No, I didn't say that. Okay.
You son of a bitch.
Oh, we got filthy.
I did that.
Filthy.
Man, I'm fixing to take you outside in a fucking minute.
Look, you're multilingual, so you can speak American. That's cool, man. I can't speak that British stuff.
My dad's from Texas, bro. You'd want to hope I fucking speak American.
I can speak to Texans.
Can you speak Australian?
Lisa Nia.
Yeah, I used to date an Australian. She was crazy as hell, but I got that thing. Everything that Australians say, they end with a "ooh." Every sentence.
Anything that has a "u."
The plane is getting ready. Listen to me. The plane is getting ready to crash. Everybody, buckle up your seatbelts.
That's
and
right.
we're all gonna die once the plane goes into the ocean. That's how they do it. That's everything has a whoop at the end of it. And I know.
Gary, voices aren't your talent, Gary.
What?
No.
I know what I'm talking about. I dated one of them mother hunters one time.
Fucking phone's ringing.
Canadians go down.
Don't you like Australians? How they get like Australians? They like when you walk past each other like Americans. They walk past each other and they go, "Hello," and you go, "Hello," and you just walk past.
Good die.
Yeah, but it's
like,
you can literally. I dated a British chick, and I dated an Australian chick, and they're different. The British chick did not have that whoop at the end of every sentence, but the Australian chick had that.
But what I'm saying is, like Australians, they walk past, and instead of saying hello, they ask a question. They go, "How you going, mate?"
Right. It's always got a question mark at the end of it.
Yeah, how you going, mate? How you going, mate? It's like,
is that bear going to eat you?
Do you give a shit how I'm going?
Right. A kangaroo is getting ready to eat you. Yeah.
Do you know what I've thought about turning around? If somebody turns around and says to me here in Australia and turns around and goes, "How you going, mate?" I'll go, "Well, listen, mate, I need to sit down and really talk about it because I'm having a really bad day, and it's really not working out for me at home and everything, and just wreck that cunt's day." And I'll go, "Hey, mate, you fucking asked. I didn't fucking ask. You asked me when you looked at me, how you going, mate?" So I'm
But
answering your question.
isn't it
You
funny?
came to me.
You're British, but isn't it funny? You're British, but as an American, and me telling you how Australians talk, I mean, they do, man.
Isn't
Mate,
it?
I can't even lie to you. I'll be
But
back.
British people don't talk like that. They don't have that whoop
Oh,
at
yeah.
the end of everything.
Like, do you guys still say like cheerio, stuff like that? Cheerio.
I need 2 minutes. I've got to
Yeah,
do
that's
it.
different. That's different, though, man.
I'll be right
Cheerio.
back. Right, hang on. I've
Down
really
here,
got
Isaac. Down
to
here.
get this.
Australians, man, they can tell you the worst thing in the world. You know, I'm sorry, but your wife has been murdered by a axe murderer, and her head is chopped off. And it's, you know, I mean, they make it, everything sound great, man.
Yeah, they put the accent on the last syllable, huh?
It is.
Oh,
It's
look,
the
it's
very
Casey,
last
ain't I?
syllable. It's got that whoop.
Oh, crikey.
It's a grumpy croc, that one is.
I'm from the
Rip me
South,
on.
man. I'm just a redneck, man.
Rip me off,
They're
Claymore.
cracking me up in the chat too.
It's
That's
weird
right,
because
Benjamin, glad
I've
you're here.
dated girls. I've dated girls from all over the world, man. From Australia, from Britain to Brazil to all these different places. I'm still single, you know. So what does that say for me? I don't know, but I do know a lot about. I know a lot about
Runner.
girls, man. I know a lot about international girls, man, from everywhere.
Right, Lauren?
Life up.
Of course
I'm the
it's
king of
America.
all. I'm the king of all failed relationships, man, and I wear that crown proudly.
I don't even know where we're going tonight, but I'm glad we derailed. This is funny. You guys.
I don't know. It's hilarious, man. If you want to know where, like, tell me, you're dating a girl from, I don't know, Bangkok. Oh, I don't know, man. I can tell you.
Oh,
First of all, make sure it's a girl.
Well, yeah.
Oh, well, what I miss.
Kangaroo's kicking ass.
We're talking about Australian chicks.
Nice one, Navy vet.
We were talking about the accent as first.
Oh, the accent.
Yeah.
You know what pissed me off the first time I met my my father-in-law? I went over there the first day I meet the guy, right? First day I meet the guy. And he's going through the family album. He's like, come sit outside with me, have a cigarette and share a beer. And I'm like, yeah, all right. This sounds good. Sit down, have a beer. And he's going, there's my daughter, there's my daughter. And he just keeps showing me photos of the other daughter, not the one I'm actually going out with. And I'm like, mate, are you fucking serious? Do you know
Yeah, that's weird.
daughter I'm fucking 25
All
years,
right.
25 years later and 2 kids.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Then what happened? You didn't finish the story, man. Then what happened?
Okay, finish the story. Finish the story.
Oh yeah. So anyway, I just sat there and fucking laughed. I was like, oh my god, this shit's bullshit. And I said to the missus, I said, I'm bringing a 6-pack because if your dad doesn't offer me a beer, I said I'm gonna have my own. So I brought my own beer just in case he didn't have beer. And then he fucking started drinking my beer, and I thought, you fucking cheap ass motherfucker.
Well,
Like,
hey,
I
it's
only
still
brought
a rite of
I only
passage.
brought a
You still
6-pack.
had the beer with him. That was well prepared. Well
Oh,
prepared.
here we go. And Connie's onto it. And then what happened? Oh, God. Is everyone just going to keep writing? And then what happened? And then what happened? Oh, it gets better.
It was a test. He was testing.
No, I'm on your side. I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
Would this story be considered like?
You brought beer. You brought beer, and her dad drinks your beer, and so you're like, all right, you cheap son of a bitch. I'm with you, man. Go, keep going.
Hang on, I got to mute myself so I can yell at my dog for a second.
It gets so quiet when he mutes.
All right. So
I'm intrigued, man. I need to hear the rest of the story.
No, I just told her she wouldn't get fed if she kept barking. Yeah, so after he was drinking into a
Him.
beer, yeah, fucking arsehole was tucking into all my beers, and then he pulled out a photo of his father
I like how you go
out of the back of the.
Absolutely, Zach.
No, listen to this. You're gonna love this one, right? Now I said it in the chat before, so if anybody missed it, I'm gonna tell you now. I'm Jewish, right?
Okay.
So he pulled out a photo of his father in a fucking Nazi uniform.
Oh my God.
And I went, what the fuck? Mate, I was ready to bottle the cunt, eh? I was ready to bottle him. I was just like, no, civilized. The war's over. It's not the 1940s anymore. All that shit's in the past. Let's move on. But then he started crying, looking at the photo, and he's crying. And this is the first day I met the guy.
Damn.
I know. What a
Having a rough day? Was it
And
like
I was just like, you're fucking, is this guy serious? Wank. Crying. And I was just like sculling the beer as quick as I could.
Robin says it sounds like me.
Like, Rick, we gotta go. We're going. We got shit. I gotta go do the lawn. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Mow the lawn. Get out of here, you Nazi.
Nice to meet you, mate. Yeah, see you, buddy. Fuck me. I couldn't fucking believe it, man. First day I meet the guy and he starts crying in front of me. Looking at a photo of his dad.
Bender says, run away, run away.
oh, mate. It was either that or I was going to stab him.
All in the beers.
Fucking hell, mate.
Wait a minute. Let's get this straight. I'm Jewish and you're a Nazi. And you're crying over a Nazi. So you need to like leave now.
Mate, you wouldn't believe it. A grown ass fucking 55-year-old man or something. 55-year-old man crying over a photo of his father.
I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to ask you to leave the store, my friend, lady.
Unfucking believable, man. True story. Fucking true story. No
Man,
bullshit.
I've got Nazi shit here. But it was Nazi shit that my dad fought in World War II and flew, for the American. And he brought shit back. And I've got Nazi crosses and all kinds of shit, that. And I'm afraid that if everybody sees it, they're going to think I'm a Nazi. I'm like, no, my dad used to kill these bastards, man,
Just the value, man. Just the value.
Well, it's not the value. It's not the value of it. It's
not the value alone, but like anything, like if I got that photo, like even that'd be, they'll just take it and they go, yeah, we'll put it in historic, somewhere historic. We're not going to pay you. We're just seizing it. They'll just take it.
I just hold on to all of it, and it's just going to go down to my kids, and it's going down to my kids, and go to my kids. I've got stuff from the Civil War. From the American Civil War. Yeah, I've got pistols and everything else, man. I've got all kinds of shit from the Civil War that I just hold on to that I'm not getting rid of. And
hey, do any of you guys go out? Like I've always wondered that because I've seen people do it over in Germany. They go out in the battlefields over in Germany with metal detectors.
Well, you really can't do that now over here. And we have battlefields that we can walk all over and whatnot from the Civil War, but you cannot go out there with a metal detector.
Anything on federal property, any BLM land. So, like if you go out to Utah or the Grand Canyon, like you're legally you're not allowed to pick anything up and take it home.
That's why you go there at night, you idiot.
You're technically supposed to call it in and report what you found.
My area is not like the Grand Canyon or anything like that, but there was tons of battlefields around here and trenches. You can just ride down the road and see trenches and stuff from Civil War. And in fact, right where I live was a hot spot.
How many acres is that?
What's that?
How many acres is that where you're near?
Do I have any what?
How many acres?
Acreage. How many acres?
Size
I've
of
got
land.
2 acres right here, and it's right where the Civil War was fought.
Okay.
And I haven't really gotten anybody out here with metal detectors to look, but they would probably find bullets and stuff like that.
Are you in Gettysburg County area?
Am I in where?
In Gettysburg, whereabouts is it?
Gettysburg.
Yeah. Are you like you said? Yeah. There's like what was the World War Civil War stuff is out.
A hotspot.
I'm in Chesterfield County, which is near Richmond.
Okay.
Which Richmond was burnt,
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah.
And they came down all the roads that are around my house were old buggy trails, and before that they were game trails. So the game trails went through, then they made buggy trails, then they made roads, and that's right where I live right now. And there's stuff all around through here. That can be.
Have you ever felt like it's haunted? They say those battleground areas are.
Is it haunted?
Yeah.
Did she say?
Yeah, I've heard that shit, man.
I've heard that those places are
I believe that shit.
Yeah, this house is kind of sort of haunted. Not bad. A little bit. Just a little bit.
The center of my dad's house has been there since the Civil War. And they built onto the original house, so everything surrounding it is all newer. But the original kitchen and
that doesn't automatically make it haunted. It just depends. I live on a dead man's curve, which like I said, going back to the buggy trails and everything, they had curves that just went. They were originally game trails. Deer trails. They put a road on top, and over the years, since the 40s, a dozen people have been killed right in front of my house. Because it was what they called a dead man's curve, and they finally kind of took it out. They made it like wider of a curve, and that gave me more land. And I actually ended up with the old road is in my front yard now. The old road. And I've never gotten out there with a metal detector. I've never done anything, but that's the old buggy trail, which was a game trail, which was, everything. It's in my yard. It's right in my yard. And the bad thing is we don't have as many wrecks here. We used to have wrecks all the time right here because it was this.
You need to put up some bleachers and shit. When people get drunk and so you can just sit on the corner, and if people fly around it, you can call it Crash Corner and just sit up there with flags and shit and watch people get drunk and drive and crash around the corner.
Oh, I used to sit on my front porch, and it was better than watching cable TV, because people would come around and do dumb shit, It was always like that. And then they finally made the curve not as curvy. They took it out, and I ended up gaining a bunch of front yard. I know y'all are tired of hearing about this, but the bad thing about that is now everybody goes faster. It's still a curve, but it's not as wonky where you could, flip a car. People were flipping cars right there.
Oh, you don't want to flip it. You just want to.
But now everybody goes faster right there. They go, a ton fast, and it's just like, we don't have as many racks, but still.
I think Cowd Yoga, you're going to need to send me the schematics. I'll redesign it for you. We can work something out to make sure that people crash on the exit. Because what you do is make it look like a nice clean entry, and then you just tighten the exit.
No, you're not going to plan it for people to crash.
Or like,
No.
on wheels,
Not a good
there's
idea.
that ramp, and they have to like jump to get over
Hey,
to the
Moose?
other
Good to see you.
I've seen them crash. I've seen them crash every single way they can crash. One little girl, thank God she didn't get hurt, came through. There's a stop sign right at the end of my house on a crossroads, and I live on a crossroads.
Good night,
We went
Banter.
down to the
Thanks for being
crossroads.
here.
She went right through the stop sign. I was working in my garage on my Corvette, and all of a sudden this car pulls up, past my garage, and I was like, "What the hell?" It was a little girl, teenager, and she's absolutely fine, but she's shooken up. And I look, and the stop sign's gone. She's taken the stop sign down, and she's gone straight through. I mean, my yard, like 100 yards, before she stopped in front of my garage. And I came out, I'm like, "Are you okay?" I took her in my house, gave her something to drink, got her to call her brothers or whatever. She only spoke Spanish. And she was like, "Policia, policia." I'm like, "No policia, no policia. We ain't call no policia." And she was like, "What about the sign?" I said, "Don't worry about the sign. They'll come back and figure it out, and they'll put a new sign up." I let them go, man. I didn't care. They were illegals. I didn't freaking care.
Damn,
Did you give her some water and food?
Yeah. I did all that.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Hey,
That's
Chris.
all you're going to be doing now. I don't want to go down that road. Fuck it.
No, man.
No, I mean, in the moment, no, I don't want the border to be open or none of that shit, man. But in the moment, and you see this 15 or 16-year-old girl that's, freaking out, what are you going to do? You're going to help her, man. You're going to help her. And that's what I did.
Oh,
So.
mate. A few years ago, I can't remember why. I think I'd been drinking. Shit, that's going back a bit. Yeah, because I wasn't driving. I was catching a train back from somewhere. I think it was a wedding or a funeral or something. I was blind drunk, and I just heard some young girl screaming on a train. And I was heading home, and the wife was going to pick me up from the train station up north up here, because I live about an hour north of Sydney,
Good
Australia.
night, Yankee. Much
on
love.
the east. Sorry, on the east coast. So I live about an hour north on the east coast from the city. We got out of the city. Had enough of Sydney. Sick of the city life. So this young girl's screaming on the fucking train, and no one wanted to help her. She's freaking out. And so I've gone up. I'm going, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" I go, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" She goes, "I was on the phone to my sister, and someone grabbed her whilst she was on the phone to her." And I'm like, "Where is she? Do you know her location?" No. I said, "The police can work out her ping off her phone." I said, "Just talk to me." I go, "Relax, just breathe, calm down." Because I had years in security and other fields. So I calmed the girl down. No one else on the train wanted to help her. But then once I started helping her, 10 guys all start coming in because it's like a 16-year-old girl. And they're like, "We'll help you too. We'll give you a hand." I'm like, none of you motherfuckers gave a fuck till I walked up.
I know the feeling.
Hey, Busy. Thanks for being here.
So off my phone, I rang the police. I said, "Listen, I've got a distressed girl on a train. I need to get her off the train at this train station. I need police to meet me there." I was very coherent. And then these other guys took her off the train and took her to the police like they'd saved her life. And I was just like, "Fuck you. I've got to go to work." Got back on the train, fucked off. Dumb cunt. Oh, no, I didn't have to go to work.
They've done social studies on this and find that it just takes that first person to stop and help. And it's alarming how many will just walk by an injured person.
Yeah.
Just one stopping will bring more in, but no one wants to be the first guy.
Another thing for any ladies listening, don't scream out rape. Don't scream rape. They won't come running because they don't want to see a guy with a dick out. Scream fire.
I had a lady, and like I said, I live in this weird corner. I live in this weird corner where there's always somebody breaking down or something. And I was working on my car in my garage, and it was raining, but not raining really hard. And all of a sudden, this car pulls up, and it just stops. And I went out there in the rain, and it was a lady, and she had a child in her car. And I said, "Do you need some help?" She said, "I think I've run out of gas." And I said, okay. I said, I've got some gas over here. I had a gas can over in the garage.
You went over and emptied a tank, didn't you?
No, wait. She goes, is it 93? I only take 93. And I said, I swear, I said, you're in luck because all I buy is 93. I buy 93 octane for my lawnmowers, my cars, my boat, my truck, my everything. And I had 93, but I was thinking, my God, I went over there and, put 2 gallons in everything to get her down the road. But she was like, she wasn't going to take it unless it was 93. I was like,
Doesn't it?
Hey, hold on, you guys.
Hold on. I want to finish
Wait,
this
look
story.
what I could do. Look what I get to do. Yes. All right. So I wanted to take a second. Gary, hold on a second. I wanted to take a second, and I thought I would ask all of you rock royalty up here if you would join me in singing happy birthday to Busy Girl.
All right, let's do this.
We have to join in, Defy. And I know we might be out of sync a little bit, but that's okay. All right, let's see. Okay, Yorgar, are you going to play nice? I'll unmute you.
Hang on. Happy birthday
to you. Happy
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Busy Girl. Happy birthday to you. That's the most miserable rendition of happy birthday ever, but happy birthday, Busy Girl. We love you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
I usually do that. Like, I don't go on Facebook a lot, but usually, like, on January 1st, I'll just jump on there once and I just go, happy birthday to everybody that's having a birthday this year. If you don't have one, sorry. Not my fault.
Oh, horrible. I
What
like
I was
that, Kurt.
going to say about
the
the last story was like 2 days later, that lady came back over to my house and dropped off a $25 like Wawa gift card to me for giving her that gas to get her home. Yeah, no, so she wasn't a total shit for the 93. I'm sure her husband put it on in her head, you can only put 93 octane in this car, so I think she thought she was going to.
I'm so sorry, Busy Girl. I called you Lizzie.
I was like, you're in luck. That's exactly what I've got.
Isn't there negative repercussions of mixing different octane gases?
Well, you just dilute the if he were to have put E85 into a 93, it would have just diluted the 93 that was in the tank.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to fuck up your fuel valves and that. It's not going to run as strong. You're not going to have the strong. You won't get the same mileage,
In an emergency situation, it's not a huge deal, but generally, if you have like a really high performance, high tolerance engine,
so you can't drive around with the air conditioner on, because it sucks more power.
She broke down at the right place, man. I had the 93, man.
What a joke, mate. What a load.
In the rain. In the rain.
I reckon if I'd pissed in the tank, it would have gone for another fucking 100 Ks.
Okay, wait, Gary.
Who runs out of gas now, man?
Oh, come on, Gary.
Have
you and Rank ever been on? Oh my God, I can't even.
Rubber ducky, you're the one.
This is fun.
All right. This is insanity.
Is that Ernie? What is that?
Rank and Yorga, have you guys ever been on panel at the same time before?
Totally unrelated, but do you think that it would be fun if there was like a breathalyzer for YouTube, so like you could see like YouTubers? Wouldn't that be fun? Like unrelated.
I've got a breathalyzer. I have a breathalyzer. I'll be right back.
Buddy,
oh no way!
Have yourself a mid strength.
You can always refuse.
Wilton Kinder, thank you for being here. This ruckus was going on when you came in.
Blow into my chat room.
Oh my goodness, you guys are crazy tonight.
Blow into my chat room.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That would be fun though if everybody, like, if computers
No,
just
it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
Yes,
No.
it would. Hear me
No.
out, okay? Look, if everybody had to blow into their breathalyzer and you could just, it would just show up right under your name. Here's your breathalyzer score. And then everybody would just know what they're working with, you know? Like,
I'm blowing a .18, boys. I can't get up.
I went looking for it, and I found my chest cameras. So I got those.
Wow.
Also, if somebody like had a particularly high one and they stopped talking for a while, you would know what happened. Like, they're just asleep now. It's okay.
Me? Stop talking? What do you mean?
It's called breath chat. Breath chat.
Fuck.
Breath chat.
I railroaded this shit.
You gotta blow before you talk.
I've totally railroaded Indy's channel.
You get, if you blow, you get 5 miles, and then you gotta blow again and get the next 5 miles.
So it's an hour kilometer. It's proper breathalyzer.
I had a friend of mine and had to take that thing, and I was in Chesterfield County. It took him. We called him 3 blows at Chesterfield. He had to blow the thing 3 different times just to get to hang out with us. Because I think it was every 25 miles it would stop, and you go, you got to blow again. It's like, oh, shit. 3 blows to Chesterfield.
You haven't even blown in it; it's going off. Like
0.4?
0.405.
Damn.
0, is it?
I should be all right to drive.
I should be all right. Oh my
That's
goodness.
in dog years. That don't even count.
Careful standing up, mate.
It's British numbers. That's in dog years and shit, man. It don't count.
Right, Kurt?
They have a different metric system altogether than we do.
Okay, like, fuck, with me and the boys, when we've gone down to the motorcycle racing that's in another state where you got to ride down on your bikes. What you always do, a little trick, is just put a little bit of Listerine in your backpack.
Yeah.
What you do, you pull over on the side of the road, because Listerine, your breath alcohol is
I know it'll make you blow positive. Listerine will. Yeah.
Oh,
I heard
100%.
these days it doesn't work.
Venus is bringing back flashbacks to Doc Mac's stream.
Trust me, I know about this shit.
Yeah, so you just tell the police officer, you go, mate, I just pulled over on the side of the road to brush my teeth.
I got the freshest breath. I'm the drunkest, freshest breath bastard that's on the road tonight, right now.
We do not advocate drunk driving here at Indy After Dark, not in any way, shape, or form.
Don't drink and drive. Anybody, it's not recommended.
But if you do, drive like a big battleship, man. Because when you wreck, you're probably going to live, man. Like one of them old 70s battleships, man.
If you're going to drink, actually, probably drive a battleship, because you've probably got more room.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about, my friend.
An actual battleship. Yeah.
Yeah, make sure you're driving something carbureted.
Like a Delta 88 or something, man.
No, the reason I've got this, to be honest with you, the reason I've got it.
No, it's more fun without an explanation.
Thank you, Imir. I thought this was universally known.
No, I thought my wife had an alcohol problem. No.
How did you make her take it?
Hey,
Breathe
Bob.
in, bitch. Breathe in. No.
Right. You stick in her mouth
Bob,
when
would
she's
you come up here to
sleeping or
save us from
something?
these guys?
She's sleeping.
I know Indy knows.
My
that's a
God,
lie.
she's drunk as hell.
I know Indy knows that's a lie.
Yeah.
My wife is a drunk. Holy hell.
How are you
Chrysler
doing?
Imperial. I'm good.
I
I
got it.
want to.
I got it for
drive
my
a
wife.
Hey,
I bet
I
your
wanna
wife got it for you, man.
drive a
Stop
Chrysler
lying.
Imperial. Yeah, 1975 Chrysler Imperial.
Love
Giant
it.
Yeah,
battle boat, man.
the
Mhm.
battle boat. Yeah.
I'm
You
doing
could drive
good,
drunk
Virginia.
as hell in that thing, man.
Mhm.
I've seen you Beetlejuice people, Anti. Let's see if we can get it to work this time. Nice.
The freaking New Yorker.
Oh, good to see you again, mate. I remember meeting you on someone else's channel another time. It's great to
Yep.
see you again, mate.
Hey, Bob.
Peace. Yeah. Mhm.
You know, shame on me for judging because Bob got on and with his George Washington flag in the background and his
Yeah.
head so strategically placed right over it. I was like, sir, I don't know you, but you are far too distinguished to be in this chat tonight. And then
Embrace it, Bob. Love
the
it.
first thing out of his mouth is right on the battleship wagon. So
Yeah,
I was like,
battleship wagon.
never mind, you fit right in, I see.
1975 Chrysler Imperial. Plenty of power.
Yeah. Was the Imperial
Yeah,
bigger than the New Yorker? I can't remember.
I don't remember, man, but them things were boats, dude. You, oh
Love it.
God.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a boat any day.
My dad always bought the Continental Mark IIIs, and they were
wow.
big 2-door boats. They weren't 4-door; they were 2-door. But that man, that was a boat.
When the doors weighed 200 pounds and were about 8 feet long.
At least.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
At least, and it had a the 71 we had a 460 cubic foot engine in it.
I remember.
I swear to God, it was a 460, and that thing would run like a Mustang. It would run. Yeah, it was badass. It was before they had the portholes in the back windows.
Yeah.
The 71 Mark III. Yeah, that was a bad bitch.
When I graduated high school in 1981, and a buddy of mine got a for free a 1966 Pontiac Bonneville station wagon for free.
Love it.
You know?
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Dude, I was 19 and I was fit. So was he. And the window, everything was power. It had like 5 rows of seats.
Sorry,
in
can
the
I cut
station
you off?
wagon.
Yeah, and you could jack it up and put mags on that thing, and it was awesome, man.
Oh
I
my
need
dear.
to cut you off there for a second. So you were 19 in 1981.
Yeah, I graduated from high school in 1981.
You don't look a day over 50, so I'm calling bullshit.
Okay, whatever you want to say, but
Okay,
the station wagon tailgate could open this way or like a door.
Or that way. Yeah. That was cool.
You remember those? And we had to take the tailgate off to fix it. And when we finally got that last bolt out, we're both huge 19-year-old guys. That thing weighed 300 pounds, just that one door. Oh, shit. Get it on the sawhorses, Oh, my God. But
one piece.
we used to have a good time because it cost him nothing. We just fixed it up and ran it. It was a work junker. And we'd run back, take about 10 foot and run and kick the doors with our work boots. And the doors would go, boom, boom. And they're solid. You gotta be kidding me, man. Was it a 460 cubic inch Pontiac engine?
It was a 455. Yeah,
455. Oh, God damn. Now those were cars that if you hit a pedestrian with that, you'd kill the guy,
Yeah, but if you
Indy,
got
do
in a
you
car
miss it?
accident, you'd be fine. Yeah.
I'm showing the car, Indy.
Oh, mate, that's so funny.
Oh, nice.
Did you ever go? Were you?
That was it. That's what it looks like.
That's it. 66 Pontiac Bonneville station wagon. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was a bad pitch, man. It was a bad pitch.
I'll take one.
Yeah, if you hit a pedestrian with one of those things, it'd get chopped into meat, man.
Oh, that can be my red Dawn mobile. I'm about
There you
it.
go.
There you go. Yeah. Hey, Lisa. Good to see you.
The front sort of looks
Do
like
you know why all Pontiacs have that nose on them? A lot of people don't know that.
No.
I don't know. Let me know. What is
It's from Chief Pontiac, who was I forget what tribe he was
Nice,
with.
Connie.
Anyway, he was a Indian chief that had a really big nose that was up from the Detroit area, and it was Pontiac. And that's the reason they have all Pontiacs have that nose on them. It's because of Chief Pontiac.
It looks like a native word. I can see that.
Wow. I had no idea about that.
Yeah, there you go, Chief Pontiac. There he is.
I kind of like the nose.
Navy vet. What do you think of the Plymouth? I liked the Plymouths back in the day.
I thought they were shit back in the day. I thought all Chryslers and Plymouths were pure dog shit back in the day. And now they're claiming big time. Yeah, that's Chief Pontiac. Now all the Plymouths and Chryslers are bringing in the premium pay for those cars.
That's what Connie said too. It said kind of like a GTO, like
that's where the saying comes from. They don't make them like they used to.
kind of
That's a fact. Yeah.
like in the front, a little bit like a GTO.
Mm-hmm.
Big car.
Yeah, very similar.
Mm-hmm.
Cadillac was a French explorer up in that area too. Cadillac.
What?
I don't know who Chevrolet was. I don't know, but had to been somebody. This is all GM stuff.
That word looks French to me. Chevrolet.
Chevrolet. It had to been French. Yeah, it's goes back to the French and Indian War.
Australia was building Holden engines. We called them Holden.
Oh, I love the Australian muscle cars, man. Don't even get me started, man, on Holdens. And
we were building them up for a couple of years ago, and it went bust. We were building all the engines. We were building all the fucking engines.
And you know what? Over here, we had Camaros, and in Australia, they had Moneros.
Monaro. Yeah.
Monaros. And they had Torontos and stuff. They were kind of like a Vega.
What was that kind of car?
The Holden looks like a Chevelle almost. Or
I know. And even the car. The first time I saw Mad Max, I was like, "What car is that?" And I did not know. It's a Ford Falcon. It's a Ford Falcon XB GT.
Because it almost looks like a Mustang.
The Tirana.
Well, yeah, because the Mustang was made from the other car, right?
My brother-in-law, the Tirana, he sold the chassis without the engine for nearly $500,000.
Yeah, in Australia, Holdens are Chevys, but it's weird because they had a different body style.
Huh.
You would think
it's weird.
You would think they would just take the body styles from America, and no, hell no. Australia said screw it.
When you look
Australia was the only other country that had muscle cars besides America.
When you look at this at a glance, it almost looks like the rear end almost looks like.
Oh, that's a HQ. That's a HQ Monaro.
Like Gran Torino a little bit.
I've painted a few of those, like custom jobs.
But it looks like I don't know, kind of like a. And in the back, it looks like a Plymouth, the way the taillights are and everything. I mean, they're cool as shit. And I want one bad.
That's why I said Plymouth before, and no one backed me up. Fucking, I was like the Plymouth, and you were like, nah, I'd rather Chevy. And I was like, I like the Plymouth style. But
they also had the Chrysler Charger over in Australia.
Whoa.
Which we never had a Chrysler Charger in America, but they had the Chrysler Charger. And a lot of them had a straight six. It was a different body style altogether, and they were awesome too, man. They were freaking cool as shit.
You don't know what year it was, do you?
70s. Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that looks
That
crazy.
looks like a Plymouth.
It does.
Yeah, it is a Plymouth. I mean,
Yeah.
but it's a Chrysler
Runner or something.
Charger.
GTO, yeah.
Dude, I love it.
Those are the ones I like. Yeah.
They were cool as
Mopar.
crap, man.
Wow.
We had the Plymouth Roadrunner. You remember those?
Yeah, Roadrunners are
Oh,
cool.
I love the
dude.
Roadrunner.
Yeah, I don't
they
think they had Roadrunners in Australia, but
They definitely
Were they
had 'em
running
here.
440 big blocks and stuff like that? And
383 and up. Yeah. Friend of mine had a 383 with the louvers in the hood where you could reach under the dashboard and pull carb air, and it had an enormous air cleaner, and those two louvers in the hood would open up. Man,
Yeah.
it was like hitting the fifth gear.
but those Chargers
Yeah,
from Australia were smaller, but they were cool as crap, man. I mean, it was almost like a monster or
Go
something.
look now. Go from fucking past to future. Type in HSV Ute Holden.
oh, I love Utes. I'm a big truck guy.
A Ute.
What was that?
yeah.
HTV?
Hey, you Americans stole the UGG boot from us. That
Is
was
it HTV?
We didn't steal it. We permanently borrowed it.
HTV Ute. Yeah. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
You know what this
Beautiful
reminds me
design.
of? Are you talking about like an older one?
Nah. Oh, there you go.
El Camino.
There you go. There's a nice old
Yeah,
one.
Yeah, it's a mix between the El
Ranchero.
Camino and the
Yeah,
modern
it's a
day
Ute.
GTO.
A Ute.
Yep.
Did y'all know that they sold a car in the United States called the Chevy SS? It wasn't
Yeah.
like a Camaro SS or anything else. It was just called the SS. And it was actually a Holden from Australia. It was a four-door, kind of like a Charger. You know, it didn't look all that great or anything. It looked okay, but it would haul ass, man. It was called the Chevy SS, and it was a Holden. And they couldn't give those damn things away. They couldn't sell them. And they
My
ended
neighbor
up,
has
Yeah,
one.
because
And it has, like-
we stopped making these now in Australia. If you can get one,
but they had to make it. But for here, they had to make it left-hand drive as opposed to right-hand drive too.
everybody's whole.
Well, this was
Thanks
Chevy's
for being here,
competition
Lauren.
to the Charger because it's a 4-door.
Hang on,
Right.
Indy. Hang on, Indy.
Yeah, it's Chevy SS. That's a bad bitch, man. It don't look like much, but that's a badass car, man.
Yeah, this turned into a car channel. Yeah, sorry. All the boys.
Oh,
got a
I'm
little
sorry.
bit-
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
you guys are
I'm
enjoying
sorry.
yourselves. The chat's enjoying it. You're good. No, this is great. I'm.
Should we
No,
talk
yeah,
about
no.
pregnancy or something? Or
My boss.
should we
I'll
talk
shut up.
about
I was
pregnancy?
gonna say, can you show some photos of some like baby kangaroos and koalas and shit just to mix it up a little bit?
I think
Oh,
probably
maybe
all
even
it's going to be go by the wayside anyway once they get rid of gas. Everything's going to be electric.
find a picture of a Holden hitting a kangaroo. That'd be good. Then you get the best of both worlds.
Put in a kangaroo.
No, I think it's just funny that Australia and America, or the United States, are the only two countries that really had muscle cars and still do. And I
Yeah.
dig it. I freaking dig it.
Japan for a little while.
Yeah, Japan was always turbos.
Not
and
muscle cars
Four
like us,
cylinders.
but they
They're not
they-
muscle cars. Yeah, they had
No,
fast
not
cars.
muscle cars.
Don't get me wrong, but not
And-
muscle cars.
Some
like
of them were
V8.
spiffy, and they didn't really get fast until like the 80s and 90s, with heavy modification. But they did style some of the old Datsuns and stuff, kind of like, you know.
I had a Datsun 240Z.
I love those.
It had a VL turbo engine in it. It was fucking off the chain.
It's still not a muscle car.
Mate.
I mean, it's still not an American or Australian muscle car.
No, it's not. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's a 260. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I had a 240.
I love those though. I did love those cars. 240Z. Oh God, I love those.
Oh man, I'm cramming my fucking pants looking at this shit. This is like guy porn. My missus thinks she's gonna walk in and catch me on the computer looking at fucking chicks and tits. And
You remember the old Opel GT? I used to love those too.
Oh yeah,
Opel GT. It
a,
looked just like a
friend of mine.
P3 Corvette.
No,
Yeah,
listen,
my friend
brother,
had an
brother.
Opel Manta.
I already own like 4 motorbikes. I can't
Opel
buy
Manta.
anymore. He's like, you can't buy another one. And I'm on like bike sales. I'm on like eBay looking for fucking how much bikes are going for. She's like, you're not buying anymore. You can't fucking, no more. There's no room.
We pulled a motor. We pulled a motor out of an Opel GT one time. You know how we did it? We took the front wheels off. Instead of pulling the motor out of like the top, we actually disconnected everything and just lifted the car up and moved it over. And the motor was just sitting there.
Oh, that was a nice GT there.
And we had a new motor to put in it, and we just moved it over and put it on there. Put the wheels back on.
Over. I didn't mean to take over. I'm just here to socialize. I didn't mean to take over anything. Fuck, it wasn't my
You're
intention.
fine. I'm letting it roll. You're good.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm going to stop talking about cars. Let's talk about ghosts or something.
Hey, Samoan. What's up, brother?
Hey, Watchman. The link is pinned at the top if anybody else wants to come join the chaos.
Yeah, I need someone to keep me in check.
I kind of enjoyed that.
Right, avoid.
Love,
No,
love
this
old-
is great. I think a lot of people in the chat were really enjoying it too. You're good.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know. Who is this South African? I don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Let's walk down memory lane.
There's no South Africans here. I don't know what you
Right,
mean.
avoid.
South African.
Who's a South
Hey,
African?
Top Spin, by the way. Thanks for being here.
Hey guys, I'm gonna split. Thanks for having me up. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, Peanut. Thank you so much for
Good
coming up.
meeting
It's
you,
great
man.
to have you up here and get to hang out.
Yeah, I really had a good time. Thanks for. I had a good time watching your stream last time. That was super fun.
Yeah.
On the 30th. That was cool. So nice to meet all you guys. Bob, nice to meet you. Vaseline Receptacle, nice to meet you. Rank, nice to meet you, brother. And Count Yorga.
Peanut.
We've
We've
had a
met
good
before. We've met before. We've spoken before, buddy. You might have
Yeah.
forgotten.
No way. Where would we meet at? You gotta tell me now.
On someone's channel, but we have.
Dude, I'm so sorry. I completely.
Don't
spaced.
apologize. He didn't do anything wrong, mate. Don't
All
worry
right, well,
about
it was
it.
good to talk to you, though, man. I had fun talking to you, Rick.
Yeah.
Have a great night, brother. And
I
then,
enjoyed listening to you, Peanut. I enjoyed listening to you, bro.
Right,
You
man,
had
I had fun. You're an interesting guy to talk to, and I love
You
your
had
story, by the way, too.
You had some very intellectual content and good contribution to intellectual conversations.
Oh, thanks, Rick. Yeah, that's super nice of you to say that. I really appreciate that.
Appreciate.
Respect, bro.
All right. Well, if you're able to stick around in the chat for just a minute, or if you come back later, Peanut, I'm going to play a video by our friend Mayhem. I don't know if you know Tactical Mayhem or but he just put out I think his first song, and he put out a video for it, and I thought I'd pull that up to play. But I thought you might enjoy it too, the Nut House.
Yeah,
So
I'll listen. I'll listen before I leave officially. I'll listen to it from the chat.
perfect. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Just wanted to
Hey,
give you a heads up.
Hi, nice to meet you, too, brother. Yeah,
See you,
Count
mate.
Yorga, good to meet
You've
you.
already met me. Bye.
Have a good night, the Nut House. See you later,
Third
Peanut.
time, right?
Right.
see you
Then you'll remember. Okay, bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, so this song is called Faint of Heart Legends, and it's by Mayhem Studios.
This just in, war may be breaking out in the United States. That's right. President Biden is getting involved in the Ukrainian conflict against Russia and the Israeli conflict against Palestine. Chinese officials, along with Iranian government officials, are displeased, and they are moving their fleets into position along the coast of the United States. Stay tuned for more information right after this program.
pick up arms just like we did before. This is our battle cry. Let's hear the legends roar. It's time to defend our honor and an oath we all swore. No weapon for the grandson shall prosper the good thing. For he is with me, and when the battles of the valley, heroes rise and heroes fall. We're only human after all. What a legend does, their story is told. Of how they rose above it all. Fear not the enemy, for they face righteousness. Let thy hands be swift, and the judgment just. Though he sin in darkness, he proclaims he shall be your light. The peace lies in light, so be ready for a fight. Greatest are those that have fear, but still face what's in store. They say those who live by shall die by the sword. But sacrifice for thy honor, cruel price we can afford. Let rise all legends, for they shall be adored. No weapon for the grandson shall prosper the good thing. For he is with me, and when the battles of the valley, heroes rise and heroes fall. We're only human after all. What a legend does, their story is told. Of how they rose above it. Now's the time. Let the legends rise. Now's the time. Let the legends rise. Now's the time. Let the legends rise. Now's the time. Let the legends rise.
I'm so proud of Mayhem, and I saw some comments in here. I had no idea that he could sing or create music or anything. And I don't know all the details, but he said that he actually, I think, finished this about 2 years ago. And
Whoa.
yeah, and just kind of made the video and put it together and everything and got it out there now. So yeah, please go sub him up and, show him some support.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah, thanks for sticking around in that house and watching that. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. I thought it was great. Moose, I love your comments.
Mate. Oh.
I'm sure Mayhem will too.
Yeah, he'll get a good chuckle.
Yeah.
The first 30 seconds, the opener, when he came out with the M4 with the carbine, I was just like, yeah, this is me. Yeah, I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, Mayhem's a great guy too and has a really good channel. He covers a lot of topics and yeah, great channel. Go check him out.
I wanted to ask, mate, you don't have the names up.
When the comments are up, it won't show the names. So when I take the comments down, it shows up.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry,
Bob.
Bob, have you ever worked? Did you ever work on the Enterprise back in the day on the aircraft carrier, the Enterprise?
No, I was in the Air Force.
Oh, Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's an aircraft carrier. They landed planes on it.
I know what it is. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh shit. Who am I talking to? What the fuck?
I worked on F-16s mostly, and
Okay.
I did some work on C-141s, C-130s, C-5As,
Yeah.
and a little bit of work on F-4 Phantoms and A-10s. Just
Oh, the
some component
Phantom.
repairs. Yeah.
Oh, I used to love the Phantoms back in the
Mhm.
day.
Yeah.
I love the Phantoms. Yeah, the F4 Phantom, that was a bad bitch, man.
Yeah. The F-16 took its place. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay. Thanks for being here.
So,
Yeah.
Bob, all the
Yeah, the
UFOs
F-
we're seeing, are they just our own craft?
Mike, that's where
I
my
think
mind
so.
went to, Mike.
I
Thank
think
you.
the majority of them are. Yeah.
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 They still used F4 Phantoms all the way up into the Gulf Wars.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, they-
That was a well, they nicknamed it the Wild Weasel. It was a radar.
Exactly.
It hunted radar guidance systems
No,
and
Nana, that's an
to knock
original.
them out. Yeah. Hmm?
Oh, sorry. I was answering Nana in chat. That's an original
Yeah.
from Mayhem.
The Air Force is so far advanced compared to what the public has any idea. I mean,
Well, I know-
seriously.
Well,
I know
the F,
that.
I think
Yeah.
it was
I
the
know.
F. Sorry, go.
Well, we'll start off simple. The F-16 took place of the F-4 Phantom. So
Mhm.
the F-4 Phantom came out in late 60s, early 70s, and in the early 80s, the F-16 took its place because of metallurgy technology to lighten the weight of the airframe.
Oh.
And the F-16 can still carry the same payload as the F-4 Phantom, but go twice as many miles per gallon. Yeah,
Saving gas.
with
Yeah.
with one engine, not two.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So if we want to get into the technology that the Air Force has, there's your starting point right there.
Well,
Within
I know that the
10
F-15,
years. Mhm.
the F-15s, that apparently they looked great and everything, but they were a failure because they were so detectable by radar.
Well, they keep upgrading them, but anything that's the only aircraft currently that can accelerate going straight up. Still, even the ones that were made back in the 70s.
Is that right?
Wow.
Yeah, it can accelerate going straight up. I've seen them do it how many times?
Awesome,
They
Connie. Thank you.
because they would usually do that at nighttime, and they would go to the center of the runway before he's right in the middle of the runway, and he goes straight up, and it was called an FCC, a full functional check, and he'd go straight up, and you could see him up there in the sky spiraling gently, and he accelerate until he's out of sight in seconds.
Yep.
Whoa.
You know, and those were made back in the 70s.
Yeah.
The F-15E
Yeah,
Strike
yeah.
Eagle, the F-15E Strike Eagle has got all kinds of really gizmo electronic countermeasures built into it, and air to guidance bombing capability. It's just I've been working on airplanes my whole life. That's what I did.
Okay. 2 questions real quick. Your favorite plane?
My favorite plane.
Yep.
World War II or current? You know.
Overall. Okay. If I'm
Overall,
going to
the
go
one that
overall, I like the what is it? The Sopwith Camel, I think it's called.
That's World War One.
Yep, I know it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mine older airplane, the prop jobs is the P-61 Black Widow.
Yeah, that was a weird plane. Yeah, I know. My dad actually flew P-47 Thunderbolts in World War II. He was in D-Day. I have the grip from his P-47
No
in this
shit.
other room over here. I swear to God.
I've still got my dad's Army Air Corps uniform. My dad made it all the
Yeah,
way.
he was Army Air Corps. It was before the Air Force.
That's right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And he worked as a radios on the P-61 Black Widow. That was the most advanced aircraft that the U.S. had in World War II. It was a badass, but it was so delayed in manufacturing that it didn't see too much action. But That was a badass mojo.
Hold on,
Oh,
I'll tell
oh,
you
oh,
something.
oh, oh.
One second.
I only had 2 questions, and I can't remember the second one.
My
Bob,
favorite
I have a
current.
question for you though, Bob, real quick. Oh,
Yeah.
hey, Rank. Hey, good to see you, Mrs. Rank. Bob, I know you're in Washington. Do you mind sharing about what area ish? I'm just curious because I'm in the Seattle area.
Puget Sound. Yeah,
Okay.
Seattle area. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen you before in the on Virginia's panel. I think is where I've seen you mostly.
Yep.
So I knew you were in Washington, but I don't think we've had a chance to talk even tonight.
There it is.
But
That's.
but
Yeah.
it's good to have you up here.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's always good to get to know some, like-minded people in the Washington area.
He kind of looks like Tom Cruise, but he's got a lot of hair.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Yeah.
I'm about a foot
No,
taller than
well-
Tom Cruise.
That's a grip from a P-47 Thunderbolt.
Right on, man.
I
Yeah.
remembered my second question. How many G's have you gone? What's the fastest you've been in a jet or a plane?
Oh God, probably 400 miles an hour. I fly commercial. I worked on commercial until I retired.
Wow.
But the more modern aircraft, I would say, is the one that I built for 30 years was the Boeing 737. And the variations that have spun off from that airplane that are incredible, man.
I've flown on those. Those are good airplanes. Yeah.
Yes, they were. They're the
And I used to fly on the L-1011s, the Boeing L-1011s. I always liked those.
Yeah. Lockheed. Yeah.
Oh, Lockheed.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Because
Yeah.
because I'm Australian, I'm going to come up with a funny story here, and it's going to come in. So we went to a Christmas party once, and a friend of ours he's a pilot for Qantas, and he flies like Boeing 747s and like all the big boys.
I've worked on some of those.
Yeah, so he's a pilot, but he didn't want to miss the Christmas party. And so he came. We were all drunk off tits, like all Army boys, Air Force guys, like all different divisions. Everyone was just a mess, right? Yeah, and he was on call just in case someone called in sick, so he wasn't allowed to drink, right? But the guy who lived there was ex-Air Force, and he had a full flight simulator in his spare room.
That's wild.
Yeah, right?
Really?
So
Yeah.
we're all trying to fucking land it. We're just crashing plane after
Crash.
plane.
Yeah. Guaranteed.
And because he's on call, he's like, bang, bang, push this button, bang, bang, and just lands it first go. No worries. Just landed it. No dramas.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even have a drink. It was, it was a good day.
That's why you don't drink and fly.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, don't drink and fly. Sorry to cut you off. I just thought I'd throw that one in there. But yeah, he's a good mate. But anyway.
Mm-hmm. Now, F-16s, they fly them over the coastlines all the time. Yeah, they're up there right now watching. They're over Korea. The military build up in South China Sea by the Allies is incredible. Incredible. How much?
We've moved a lot of our troops in Australia. We've moved a shitload of them because what are they going to do down south?
What do you think about the Bob 942? What do you think about the F-14?
Count Yoga, 1 sec, mate. Count Yoga, 1 sec, mate. One sec. So we've moved all our troops from South Australia.
Yeah.
All the southern states have all been moved north because we're not going to really. There's no threat from Antarctica. And there's no penguins or seals there or anything. You know
Not likely to hurt you.
Yeah. So they've pretty much moved all our military to the northern part of Australia.
Oh, wow.
And also military bases over here, full of US. So brothers in arms across the Pacific.
That's a fact. Well, can I? I've been following this on YouTube, and the fact that I've got family and friends in the Philippines, And
around the corner.
I've been following this for a long time, my friend, and most of your special forces are along with U.S. Marine Corps Special Forces, the Raiders, and Green Berets from the U.S. are right now in Indonesia and Malaysia and Brunei training to get everyone on the same page. What does that tell you? Okay. Training everyone throughout Southeast Asia to get on the same page. Everybody.
Ooh.
I'm waiting for a phone call.
Yeah, you guys should check out Bob's channel. He's put up a few videos showing things moving around in that area. It's very interesting. He's very knowledgeable.
I've got a playlist on my channel. It's called Flashpoint the Pacific. Take a look at some of those videos, and if you were smart, if you want to follow along, subscribe to those channels that I listed.
Right.
And almost all of them are from other countries. They're not our stuff, you know. So the Ukraine and Israel, it's a distraction. The war is going to kick off in the South China Sea. Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, Japan, Philippines, U.S., Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, all of them. Singapore also. Yeah, that's where it's going to start. That's where it's going to
So
start.
what do you think this is right now?
We
Are
get-
they just laying the groundwork, or are they trying to do a look over here? Or is it just about money laundering? Like, what do you think is going, the purpose of these things?
What things? What do you mean? Exactly
Oh, I mean,
what do
like
you
with Ukraine and Gaza and all of that. Like, do you think that, you said that you don't think these kick off World War III?
No, it won't start there. It won't start in Europe for us anyway. Not for us.
Mhm.
It'll be in the South China Sea or out in the Pacific. Yeah, is where it's going to start. The Ukraine, that's just for money laundering and chomos.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's for. Perverts and money laundering. I mean, seriously,
I think you're right. Yeah.
See what most things in the world are for.
I'm gonna go. Bye, Indy. Bye,
Yep.
everyone.
Good night, ma'am. It's good to see you again.
Bye.
Yeah, good to see you as well, and everybody else, all the newbies. See yous.
Take care.
Yeah, don't trip over.
Hey, Unknown.
She's going on the
Hi,
treadmill.
Unknown. Good to see you. Nice.
I'll see her in about 5Ks.
Well, everything was kind of brewing up in that area before
Bingo.
Ukraine and before it was brewing heavy, and then all of a sudden we're being sent to, laundering
See you,
further.
CT.
So, yeah.
But
Everyone.
I kind of Virginia just
a year and a half.
I know you're a subscriber, Virginia, and I stopped posting videos about that on my channel because another fella who was in the U.S. Navy, a submariner, he sent me an email and he said, "Hey, dude, you're kind of touching on some sensitive stuff there." So I went, "Okay, enough said."
Damn.
None of these channels come from the U.S. or the U.K. The British are over there, so are the French. So everybody is over there with their navies all piling up. We've been in combination. We've been building new Air Force and Navy bases from the Palau Islands all the way into Brunei and all across the South Pacific. The very south,
Samoa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mid-Pacific. Yeah.
So I stopped posting videos about that because I might get my goddamn channel taken down by
probably because you're giving up military positions.
Yeah. Some Chi-Com will come along and shut me down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, Scott. Thanks for coming up. Good to see you, Clay. Thanks for being here.
Can you hear me?
Clay.
All right.
Yeah, sorry,
how you doing,
killed
Scott?
the room.
No, I'm
No,
glad
not at
you're
all.
sharing information that you have. You know what I mean? Like these are the conversations we need to be having too.
Yeah.
Yep.
I hear a lot more. Sorry, I'll just put this in with that military topic right at the end here. I hear a lot more about the military in the Philippines from my family and from my friends over there. They stuffed, dude. We've been building military over there. We built an entire Air Force base from the ground up, not far from Manila, in 2014.
Oh, wow.
2014. Did we hear anything about that in Australia or the U.S.?
Hey, what's your name? What's your name, Bob?
They don't even, mate.
Yeah,
they don't
Bob.
even tell the public here, mate. They don't tell the public here.
Mhm.
They're right across. If you're a really strong swimmer, if you made your way up to Cape York, which you wouldn't be able to walk it.
So
but
you said
from the
go
tip
ahead.
of Australia, you could swim to Indonesia. Like it's.
I've heard that theory, JS.
That's true.
It's full of terrorists, and it's like war is on a doorstep. They're gonna, before they attack America, they're gonna go south first and then work their way around.
Yeah.
Well, America actually gave. I mean, think about it. 2002, they gave all the. They just left freaking Afghanistan. Think about that, right?
Yeah.
Same thing happened.
I don't even want to think about that. That's disgusting. 13
They
guys.
they left
13
billions
guys
of
died.
dollars. Billions.
Yeah, but there's things that you have to understand about fighting
you, Inside.
Islam. Where I have a house overseas. It's in a Muslim area. All right, I understand these people probably better than most because I've actually sat down and played cards with them. All right.
Much love, Lady Smith.
When you fight Islam.
Oh, hang on. So they can't read, but they know how to play cards.
When you fight Islam, you have to start off fighting them to get their respect. And you also have to continue to pay them to allow you to stay where you're at. Do you understand? There's a lot more subtleties involved in this.
I get it.
Right. Now, all that equipment that we left behind was done intentionally. That was the payoff.
Thank you, Auntie Jack, for putting
to
that
allow
up.
our people to survive long enough to get out.
Thank you, Auntie.
That was their payoff. And if you watched in Afghanistan, as soon as the coalition left, all the Afghanis had to turn over their own personal weapons to their Datu or their Sultan or whoever.
Yeah.
All that equipment is gathered up and it's funneled up in a pyramid to, I think in that part of the world, they call him a caliph, not a sultan, maybe a sultan because it's part of Asia. And he gets all of that.
Sultan.
It's a payoff. If we didn't pay this guy to let our people leave, we would have been slaughtered on the ground. And that's a fact.
It's a fact.
I'm sure of it. That's how they fight over in Mindanao. That's how the Islam fights over in Mindanao.
If anybody wants, I don't know how many people are watching right now, but if you want to watch a good documentary, it's called Restrepo, and it's pretty accurate.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's called Restrepo. Watch that. Gives you a good insight to actually what goes on. So all these people that are carrying on in the streets, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're protesting about. They don't have a clue. Unless you got unless you got a foot on the ground, shut your fucking mouth and fuck off.
Yeah. Well, all the people throwing rocks in the cities all over the world protesting, they've never been abroad. None of them.
Yeah.
None of them have been
Right.
abroad.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Hawk. Thanks for being here.
I have.
Hang on, I'll put it in the chat. How do I I don't know how to write in chat. I'm that retarded with computers.
What was it called again?
What are you trying to write?
Romeo, Echo, Sierra, Tango, Romeo, Echo, Papa, Oscar.
Restrepo. And is this on YouTube?
Oh, fuck. She got it straight away.
I'll see if
Good
I
one,
can-
wifey. Yeah. It's a good watch. It's pretty heartbreaking. I watched it once. I won't watch it again. Fuck that, mate.
Yeah.
Hey. Someone recommended it to me. I was like, "What'd you make me watch this for, you fucking idiot?"
I'll see where that's. I've seen it, but it was a long time ago. Restrepo.
Yeah.
Maybe it's on Tubi or Netflix or something.
Oh, it's got to be 10 years old at least.
Yeah, that's
12
what
years
Tubi's good for.
Hey.
Bonnie says she can't understand slurred Aussie.
Can't understand. Sorry, I will slow down. My apologies.
The funny thing is, when you did that, it went like robot on my end.
I'm
Love it.
Australian. It's my duty to drink beer.
Have yourself a mid drink.
All I could
I'm a
find
bit-
was a trailer. So if anyone, Diane,
Much
for
love,
example, I
Kurt.
just put in the trailer.
Except for
That's all I could find.
Thank you, Virginia.
It might get
There's
you
the
somewhere
trailer.
though.
Well, that's fucking good.
Yeah.
William.
Right.
Oh, you should. Oh, mate. If you hear me really yell, oh my god.
Well, in my opinion, that's what the whole Gaza thing is about. It's about money. Their leadership in Gaza needs money, and that's how the Islam works. Is they attack you, kill a bunch of your people, and they expect a retaliation. They know it's coming, but if you don't retaliate, they're going to attack you again and again and again. So you have to fight back until the leadership can sit down at a table somewhere and you pay them, and they'll back off. That's what this is all about. It's all about money, man. It's all about money.
Yeah. Seems like it always has been.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh shit. Me and the wife, myself and the wife, we were witnesses at my mate's wedding, and we don't know, but yeah, fuck Hamas.
Well, how about a song?
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Yeah, where's that song?
I was gonna say. I think it's time for a song. Okay, hang on a second. Let me find the right one.
Jaws.
I was with you 100%.
Jaws, 1975. Farewell and adieu, you
To you
fair
fair
Spanish
Spanish
lady.
lady.
There you go.
Yeah.
Farewell and adieu to you ladies of Spain. Love that. I love that character, Captain Quinn. Oh,
I
my
do too.
God.
I got the one.
All
right, so I don't know if Zio is still hanging out, but this is by Zio Fender, and he's amazing. Let me see, Landon, if you could pull this up.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And the name of the song is War Kills. Let's see, I'm going to take down this. Thank you, Landon. We can mute up on panel. thought that one was pretty fitting for our conversation.
Yeah, for sure. It's heavy times. It really
Yeah.
is.
Well done, Zio. Thank you.
Tough times, for sure.
Mhm.
For sure.
Hey, look who's here. Void, good to see you.
Void.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? Not too bad. Good morning, everyone.
Evening.
Or good evening. I'm It's here actually says evening over here hate, too.
Hate
I'm
and
sorry.
greed fuel wars. As long as we have this, wars will always continue, sadly. Greed.
Oh.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you do? You
Yeah,
kicked me
I
out?
agree, Rich Hunter.
We lost him.
All right.
He's
Good
back.
morning
There we
again.
go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Buenas noches.
My dark filter wasn't on. It was too bright, so I had to refresh the page. Sorry about that. How are y'all doing?
Thank you, Navy Vet.
Very good.
Did y'all already talk about the
I agree.
Bible?
Top spin.
I think for the most part.
Y'all went there. I found maybe we can call this a Mandela, but I was curious to see if, I found a missing verse in the Bible because I remember you were talking about the wolf and the lion.
Yeah, there is another
Yes.
missing verse.
Yeah.
There is a missing verse.
Yeah,
And,
I know of one, but I want to hear yours.
Is it the Matthew?
Yeah,
Matthew.
it might be. You say it.
Yeah, so I was here about 3 weeks ago, and I was making a case about how I find it hard to. My case was that I only believe there's ever only been one real Christian, and everyone else is only trying. Like we're trying our best to be, as close to Jesus as possible. Sorry, and I brought up Matthew 17 as my evidence for that, and I was wondering if any of you in the panel or in the chat have your Bibles. I want to see if you guys have this as well. Let me just look up for a moment. Right now, I'm using the ESV version of the Bible, but if you don't mind, I want to read something because I found it perplexing actually that this is missing from my Bible, but it might be missing from your Bible as well. But let me just read this. Is that okay, Indy?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a short one, but
What do you mean it's missing? You said it was missing from your Bible?
There's a sentence that's missing. Yeah.
I can explain a little bit about it later.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that would be great. But
Yeah.
so I was
I
referring
got
to
my
Matthew.
Bible. Let's go. Where are we going?
Matthew 17:14.
Matthew 17:14.
And I just want to read the passages because it has to be in context. But here it goes. It says, "And when they came to the crowd, a man came up to him and kneeling before him said, 'Lord, have mercy on my son, for he is an epileptic, and he suffers terribly. For often he falls into the fire, and often into the water. And I brought him to your disciples, and they could not heal him.' And Jesus answered," this is the important part, "O faithless and twisted generation, how long am I to be with you? How long am I to bear with you? Bring him here to me." And Jesus rebuked the demon, and it came out of him, and the boy was healed instantly. Then the disciples came to Jesus privately and said, "Why could we not cast it out?" He said to them, Jesus, "Because of your little faith. For truly I say to you, if you have faith like a grain of mustard seed, you will say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move, and nothing will be impossible for you." To me, that's not metaphor. To me, that's literal.
I believe that.
I think if we had barely any small faith, we can fades. It's hard for me to.
Oh, you cut out there.
Yeah, you cut out.
Maybe it was just
I cut
on
out
my
there.
end. You cut out for a second there. Avoid.
Maybe I shouldn't.
You said if we have any. No.
Yeah,
You said if we have any faith.
Yeah. If we had faith like a mustard seed, like it says in the scripture here, then we can move mountains with our faith. But this is the interesting part. So that the last line that I read was Matthew 17:20, and then as soon as that verse is over, it goes to Matthew 17:22. 21 is not there. Do you have 21
It is in
on your
mine.
Bible? On yours? Oh, you have the good one then.
It's in mine.
What
The
does
next
it
verse
say?
is, "Howbeit this kind goeth not out but by prayer and fasting."
Look at that.
It's not in mine either.
It's not in
Yeah,
yours,
so that's why a lot of people hoot and
The
holler
fuck?
about the King James version,
Yeah,
and how like it's still kind of the protected word of God, because like that kind of stuff that happened with all the translations and whatnot. But if you read Revelations, I think it's in Revelations, there is a curse. It says, "Woe to those who add or take away from this book, for all of the plagues will be added unto them."
yeah.
And so like I think that it wouldn't have that verse if perhaps maybe someone wasn't going to tamper with something along
Oh,
the way.
That's what I cite was the thinking. verse? Will you cite the verse again? What is Um, the chapter and verse?
Please.
I
Please,
started
please.
reading Matthew 17:14, but the verse that's missing is the part that's missing is 17:21.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the
And
chat.
and it's saying
17:21.
basically
Yeah.
that kind of demon won't come out without fasting and prayer.
To me, that's so significant there, because I know other religions, fasting is a big deal. Even non Abrahamic religions, fasting is so crucial to getting in touch with let's call it the divine, or the spirit that protects you from hell. And for that to be missing from this Bible is very peculiar. Like, why would they omit that? And I do know that, as a Christian, or I was raised Catholic.
Hang on.
Fasting was never.
Hang on. Slow down.
Oh, go ahead.
Mine doesn't have 21 also.
I think I've got 21. I jumped ahead too far. All right.
You don't have 21?
I do.
17, 21. Right.
17, 21. But the king of Israel went out and kept striking down the horses and bad light.
Wait, is that Matthew 17?
And the chariots, and he struck down the Syrians with a great slaughter. 21.
Mine goes.
Matthew
I already had
Matthew 17:21, because that is.
I already had the mustard seed underlined in my Bible, but mine doesn't have 21. It goes from 20 to 22, and this is the NIV version.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I have the ESV version.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, why do you think that is? Why is this protection from fasting so important? I like what you said, Unspecified, that if getting closer to God requires something like fasting, and you remove that verse, then that's gonna keep us from that's the devil's work right there.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to share that with y'all. I don't know what you guys think.
It's not in my NIV.
It's really interesting.
And to be very careful,
Thank you for sharing.
I shouted out that Pastor Steven Anderson, the 12 books of Revelation. He has a whole series. I hope some of you go and check that out when you have 12 hours to spare. It's a really good series, or just one a day over 12 days, I suppose. But it really goes through Revelations word for word, verse for verse. They skip nothing. And it gives you a very clear timeline of what is supposed to happen, what's going to go down, and the order of it. And there is a blessing that comes with the first book of Revelations. And it's like in the first book of Revelations. But Pastor Steven Anderson also makes an extremely good case. Pretty much, it's one of the things he's known for about the King James version being the protected. He's already discovered all this. You know what I mean? That I don't know if it's Mandela effect or not all Christian organizations are necessarily to be trusted. And that they not that they're all innately, I'm not saying, but we do have to use discernment. We were given discernment for a reason, and we're to be wise as serpents and to be harmless as doves.
Oh, interesting.
And so we do have to be on the lookout for that kind of stuff. And, there's a reason why, like, that kind of stuff, it goes like viral. People are like, what? Let me check my Bible. You know what I mean?
exactly. Yeah.
And like I don't know. I think that I don't know. I just, I heard preaching back in the day, and they were talking about how, in the NIV they take stuff out, and certain and newer versions they're beginning to take things out, and if not take things out, then
How
they
many
change
pages
the
they gonna?
words,
Yeah.
and it's all for convenience. And if
How
you
many pages
just
they gonna take? Yeah.
hang on to that one little thing that the enemy loves to move in inconvenience. So like they want to, the mark of the beast, right? Well, they're going to sell it to you like, your whole identity is going to go in here. No more passport, no more driver's license, no more bank account, everything
Oh,
digital, all in
dude,
one. All you got to do is scan. It's like super convenient. And
I
like,
saw a commercial for that on YouTube already, where this cute Japanese chickie babe scans her wrist. Oh, look, everything's paid for. I went, my God, don't they even realize what that is? They don't even know.
right.
And she's a cute little girl with a nice, da 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 la 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 la. Look
they don't
how
even question it.
easy it is. Yeah, not a question.
But
That
I
was
do
an
have to warn
advertisement. Oh, fuck. It's like,
for folks who go check out Pastor Steven Anderson, the dude could be considered kind of, eccentric. He's definitely on fire. I'll say that. The dude, when he preaches, he might rub you wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like he's like,
If he's charismatic, I can deal with it.
He's very charismatic, but he's also, brutally honest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But not too much. He's not like racist or anything. He's just like, he's like, it's not like it's just like he tells you how it is, and like he does it in a way because usually when folks are trying to tell you like the truth or the reality of the situation, they kind of have to come out and sound like, you know what I mean? Like they're put in a position of, I don't know if it's offense or defense, but it's this adversarial turmoil position because the truth is sharp. It cuts through bone and marrow, flesh and bone, and soul and spirit, and like and so like it's very sharp and it can offend, and so a lot of times people avoid being honest. You know what I'm saying? Just in order to, it's more convenient. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And so when someone is out there like really preaching truth, it can come off harsh to the ear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the only.
I've done
It's
it to
not that
people before. They've accused me of something I didn't do, and they go, "Did you do this?" And I go, "Yep." What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, I understand what you were saying. That I mean, to me, is like I understand having the wrong translation, but removing a verse completely, that's different. That's I guess that would be
but you notice it's
blasphemous.
not everywhere.
It isn't everywhere. Yeah.
It's very strategic. They don't want folks to know how to get rid of that kind of demon.
Right.
oh boy, that's that.
You mentioned being as smart as a serpent.
Which
and,
verse did you say was missing? 21 or 22?
It's 21, 17, Matthew 17, chapter 17, verse 21.
Matthew 17, 21.
Oh, sorry. Pages are stuck together. My bad.
Yeah, you were saying
good to see you,
be as
sis.
smart.
Thanks for being here.
As smart as a serpent.
Okay, yeah, all right. So I've got the full 21 here.
You got
okay.
it. Right on.
I'm
But
not
being
going to
as-
read it.
as smart as a
well.
serpent.
Can I ask what version you have?
Mate, this was passed down.
Oh
by my
wow! Oh,
grandmother.
you're golden. That should be like virtually unchanged.
Yeah, it
You know,
it is so
Those are
old.
rare in America
Yeah.
nowadays. Family Bibles are they're like, but
See-
back in the day, there used to be
Yeah.
a family Bible in America,
Mhm,
and it would be like an old text. You know what I mean?
It's so old.
Yeah. This is why you
Yeah,
don't
you
buy
pass it
$10
down.
Bibles.
So
Do what?
how I navigate myself, like people who don't read the Bible, you don't like. I don't care if you don't read it, whatever. I don't care what you do. It's your life. If you're an atheist, you do you, mate. I don't give
I
a
don't
shit.
read it enough. I need
But-
to read it more.
No, do what I do. What I was going to say is every night before I go to bed, I just flick to a random page and I go, all right, that's the one I'm reading tonight.
Mhm.
and just read a page.
The thing for me is like there's so much context. Like I can't stop reading the Cain and Abel, even though
Yeah.
it's so short. It's so
Yeah.
dense. Like if I read the whole Bible, I'm not gonna understand it. I hardly understand it to begin with. It makes no sense for me to read everything in the Bible because it's you got to watch the same movie over and over again so you can find what you missed in the last
It's a
time.
living book, dude. I'm telling you, like
It really is.
because you will be in a different place
Mhm.
every time you sit down to read it, and so you may reread something, and it's like you see it in a whole new perspective because
Yeah.
you've grown or
Does
you've
anybody
been hurt.
Indeed.
Does anybody think that Jesus was just a really good fucking author?
I
Well,
think not author, but Jesus was
a
a
good
good
person.
Jesus didn't write anything.
Mm-mm, he didn't write.
No, he was a good author. He wrote the book. He was like, "Fuck, I'm going to go out in style." Wrote an awesome book.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't think people think that. He was the inspiration.
Can someone
Yeah, he was
repeat
the inspiration.
what
Yeah.
was 1721 supposed to say?
Yeah, essentially that if you can only have faith through prayer and starvation. I mean, I'm sorry, prayer and fasting.
Huh.
Which is a very crucial thing because if
If
you want
you
to reach,
email me,
you have to be. I mean, Jesus
Yeah.
himself for
Well,
40 days was fasting.
Well,
Yeah.
check this out. A little bit more on that. Hold on. Bear with me.
What I'm surprised is there's 4 of us on the panel who had a Bible within reach.
Well, actually, I'm
Right.
getting ready to show a
You know
Bible.
what?
I got all my books over here. so it's-
I've got a
I'm not
Bible in
gonna
my
like.
hands right now, and before I show it, I'm curious what the missing verse 22. What is that supposed to say?
21.
I know, but that was the one that was supposed to be missing.
Albeit through
Matthew
prayer
17.
and fasting.
Okay. So
Very
I
good.
thought I heard someone say earlier, "Don't buy a $10 Bible." Well, I
was
used
joking
to-
because I got
I
another
love-
Bible and it's missing the verse.
I buy mine
I
at
love,
Goodwill.
I'm all about thrift stores.
Me too.
And I found this for $10.
Oh wow.
Oh snap.
Well, hold on.
Mason.
That's a thrift store Bible.
That's
That's not like a
cool.
new Bible you're buying from like Walmart or
No,
something.
this is from so the
Lord
person
help
this
me.
was
That's fine. That's a powerful one right there.
Yeah, that's a book right there, bud.
That's the Masonic
Is that G for God? Is that what that G is for?
The name inside is this was given to this person in 1957.
Mhm.
So, and it is, I have several different types of Bible, King James, other versions, etc. This one is definitely different. It is the Masonic edition. It's very different. And in fact, I think it's really interesting. There's a lot of pictures of things in the Middle East, but there's also a whole section in the beginning with the history of our founding
Here, hold on. I'll
fathers.
put you on.
Is that Albert Pike?
No, this one's Andrew Johnson.
Okay.
Okay. But this version has a breakdown of several important Masons.
Look at
So
that.
this is
I bet that Bible smells really good.
Buchanan, yeah.
yeah, and it goes
Well,
through
that's a Bible.
Andrew Jackson. So it's interesting.
Books
'cause it's a
differs
mix
matter.
of the Bible,
Wow.
and the pictures in it they're not what you would probably commonly find in a standard Bible. That it includes a lot of man, I don't even know how to describe it. Just some of the imagery, and then in the back, the glossary, the breakdown of how they interpret certain terms, scriptures, etc. It smells awesome, Eimer. The glossary at the end, and the Bible dictionary is a trip because it is different. It's a little different, So
No,
I honestly have
Jesus
not
wrote in the
read
sand,
the
JS, so I don't think he was illiterate.
Right?
I thought he did symbols in the sand. Well, I think characters, right? Yeah, the characters. Yeah.
He wasn't illiterate. It literally says that he read the Pentateuch
Oh, okay,
from
okay.
the Pentateuch.
Oh.
Whenever he told him that he was the law of Moses, he was just reading right before, or I believe so.
Well, that would
Could
make
be
sense.
wrong.
He would have to be.
Well, he's
hiding
not
something.
illiterate.
I'm the one who said
He-
illiterate. I apologize.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Well, what I meant was that he didn't write any of the actual.
Has anybody got the full Matthew 21:7, the 21st? Do you want to read the whole thing because I can't. If I read it, I'm gonna make out like I'm reading it to my kids and put on some stupid voice or something.
Wait, Matthew 21:7?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, yeah, I'm on it now. I'm looking right at it.
Matthew 21:7.
Yeah, Matthew 21:7.
They brought the donkey and the colts and put on them their cloaks, and he sat on them.
Wait, that's not what I got.
What
21:7.
verse are you? That
Oh.
was Matthew 21:7.
Mine goes from
Is
20.
this
to
when
22.
Jesus rode the donkey into Jerusalem?
Triumphal entry.
I thought we were going to bit number 21, and you said 22 was missing.
No. What I was saying is Matthew
21 was missing from mine.
Matthew 17,
Psalm
21.
No, so Psalm 21.
Mm.
So
Did
22
you-
was missing from yours.
Matthew.
Virginia, what was the copyright date on the Bible that
I'm
you have?
so confused right now. I feel like I'm in Bible studies.
Yeah, it does feel like
We
that,
are.
but I haven't been in one in a long time, so it feels good.
Oh, I don't have a problem with it.
Y'all, my copyright date is 1987. I had no idea this Bible was that old.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good
what-
one.
Hang on.
It's not
I'll
even
show you
that
what I'm
old,
looking
but it's
at.
not new.
Mine's 2002. That's embarrassing.
Oh, that's not going to help.
Embarrassing.
Give me a second. I got
I'm older. I'm older than my Bible. That's embarrassing. All right, what are
Embarrassing.
you showing us the verse?
There's
21,
Matthew
there's
20,
21.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
What verse are you trying to
Oh,
show?
look at my dirty fingernails. Fucking hell.
No,
I
you're at
gotta
Matthew,
wa-
you're
I
at
gotta go
Matthew
wash my
21.
Fucking hands, mate.
You're at
Nah,
Matthew
'cause I got
21.
cattle
You got to go
dogs.
to
I'm
Matthew
gonna
17.
fucking hell.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on
Yeah,
the right
Matthew.
one?
No, go to Matthew 17, chapter 17, and then the
Oh.
verse will be 21.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the verse, 21.
Yeah, but you're at the chapter. You're at the chapter instead of the verse.
Oh, son of a...
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Sorry, it's
Hey,
been a while.
Ghost.
It's been a
There's
while.
a lot of 21 I don't know if chapters. you've been lurking, but good to see you in chat.
All right.
Love to the lurkers.
That's cool, Hawk.
I appreciate the help. I honestly do.
Awesome, Kurt. Like I read the Bible every day.
That's awesome. Man.
It's a long book to read in a day. Like I said, I do one page in a day, and I still can't navigate my way around it.
I know that's what I was saying. No big deal, no problem. I know. I also know that there's a lot of books missing from Bibles. I don't know if
Matthew
you have
7 to
the book of
17.
Judas That's not the time I'm talking about, JS. or the what is that Gilgamesh? The book of what is it called? Enoch. The book of Enoch.
Yeah.
The Catholic Bible has a lot of extra books in it that most
I
most
got
Bibles
the
don't have.
Catholic.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hey, does anybody know
knowledge-
anything about? Oh, sorry.
The most complete Bible, to my knowledge, that includes the Apocrypha is the Ethiopian Bible.
Ethiopian Bible. Yep, that's right.
Yep.
Yep. I saw it on YouTube, a YouTube video about that. So, and I trust. Facts, Simir.
I'm never gonna find this. I don't know what I'm looking for now.
That's okay.
I'm lost.
But the best Bible is on the internet anyway, because you can find every single version there for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that.
Let
to
it be
your
on
attention.
YouTube.
I can go back to talking about
Yeah.
badass cars and stuff.
Good.
Jimon Nana, it was gifted to the person whose name is in it in 1957. I'll go look again. I just put it up. I'll go look again and see if there's a
I
date.
just went and got all my Bibles. I have the Catholic one here.
All right, you
Yes,
guys, I
you
just
will.
need to give a heads up that I only have about 5 more minutes before I have to end this. I just saw the time. So I don't know if there's going to be an after party somewhere, but a few more minutes to wrap this up.
I was going to ask you guys, did you know about that awesome guy? What was his name? Caleb in the Bible? Do you know his story?
No.
Have you read about him?
Yeah, Caleb is the son of, what was that dude's name?
Yeah, he got sent there. There was Jesus sent him with a few
Isn't
disciples,
Caleb? Oh, wait, go ahead.
and with Joshua, and like with 12 warriors and tribes or something like that. I'm trying to find it. I don't know.
He was part of the tribe of Judah.
Yes. Tribe of Judah, yeah. And then a few of the other armies, they went, no, we can't do it. And Caleb and Joshua, I believe it was, said no. Jesus said we can take over this city, and they were like, no, they're stronger than us. We can't do it. And Caleb and Joshua went in there as per Jesus' will, and they did it and conquered.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that was Jerusalem, but I'd have to find where that was.
Yeah, I'm looking at Hey, it. country boy. Yeah, we're just about to wrap up, but thanks for being here. Yeah, thanks for having me, Indy. It's been a really weird ride tonight. I need to catch the replay. But I saw earlier it was popping.
Yes.
No, it's been great. It was it was like a roller coaster of a stream. We just went all over the place. Lots of squirrels tonight. It was great.
You loved those cars, didn't you?
I did.
I
When
did.
I spoke, every time I spoke, I killed the room.
I'm not into cars so much like that, but I have 3 older brothers and they all were, so I appreciate those cars. Did you notice
It's
different
from
people?
1970.
Oh, nice. Did you notice different people here because it was a Sunday as opposed to the Monday? Indy? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah. A little bit.
Can I do one thing real quick?
Yeah.
Miss fucking
Thank you, Kurt.
she's
Much
not
love to
on. I drew a tree for someone. and
Yeah,
it
she's
kinda-
probably already in bed. But if you want to show it,
Yeah, I
you
know
can.
it's spiraled out of control, but I did too. Can I just show you guys so I can get a little teaser? But I'm gonna go get it framed.
That's awesome. So what is this? I mean, is it okay to share what it's for?
It's just a gift.
No.
You know that-
I meant why the tree? Like, what is there a meaning to the tree,
Oh,
or is there a purpose behind it?
Well, the joke is, we were on another channel one time, and who's that guy with the big afro that paints and shit?
Bob Ross.
Yeah, right. So
Yeah.
he paints cabins and shit, and then he'll paint a cabin.
I
and
love
he
it.
goes, whacks up a fucking tree in front of
happy little
it, and then puts another fucking tree in front of it. And I'm typing in chat, and Kissoff's just laughing her ass off. I'm going, you can't even see the fucking cabin anymore. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy putting fucking trees everywhere? I said, you should be cutting the fucking things down, not fucking painting more. You
I love that
fucking
even
idiot.
Bob Ross
Like,
inspires this many
what the
F-bombs
fuck?
from you.
So hang on.
He's like a very zen individual. Like,
So
He is, yeah.
So mate, so for like about 2 hours, this shit was streaming, and
Makes sense, Kurt.
me and Kissoff were just hanging shit on Bob Ross, all right,
Funny.
going hard on his fucking shit. But then Rescue had an auction,
Thanks,
and she
Topspin.
bought me a present, and I was like, I promise I'll draw you a tree. I'll draw you a tree. All right. So here's a sneak peek.
Okay, hang on one second. I'll put it on full screen.
Ooh,
nice cabin.
Wow.
Oh, that's awesome. The depth in that
Nice.
is amazing.
Wow.
Did you see
Like the depth in the trees.
Did you see
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Yeah, but I put the cabin behind the tree.
All I can see is the cabin. That's fantastic. I love that you let us in on the joke. That's amazing. That's
I didn't
really
go
great,
full
Hank.
Bob Ross, but I could have.
That's fantastic. Well, shoot, whip me up something before you send it off.
Yeah, I got to get that shit framed,
That's
and then
amazing.
I got to send it over to I'll
Thanks,
send it to
Justin.
rescue, and I'll send it to rescue, and then he can pass it off. I'm gonna say goodbye, everyone in chat. Thanks for tolerating me. I'm a handful.
I
I
agree,
know.
Lizzie. No, it's great to have you up here. Thanks for
Oh,
coming up
no,
and hanging
sorry.
out, Rank. Good to see your wife
God,
too.
absolute
meeting you, man.
pleasure. Yeah, absolute pleasure as always. God bless you all. All the best to you and all your family. Yeah, I'm done. All right, not all.
Night.
Good night, Rank. I feel like cursing now for some reason. Right. Just throw out a couple more F-bombs just for Oh, fun. bollocks. Bloody bollocks. All right. Okay, well, we do need to kind of wrap things up because my kids are going to come in. It'll be really loud and it's late. I got to get them in bed. But thank you so much to everybody who was here tonight. I really
Alrighty.
appreciated the new people who came and jumped up on panel. I know it takes a little bit of, oomph to come up here when you have not been up before. So thank you. Yeah. And what a weird night, but it was really great. I really enjoyed all the conversation. So thanks again, everybody. Thank you, Thanks chat. for having me.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Everyone on Yeah. panel, Bob, Mr. Unspecified. Well,
Anyone
Vaseline.
going to hang out late? I can stay up for a little bit longer.
I gotta
Why not?
work. I gotta get to work, but
I am not.
I am retired.
I had a long ass.
let me if actually Anti, can you look and see if Axe and Nacho is live? I always forget to send people their way, but they usually are still going at this time, and they have an Axe- amazing stream. Axe
Okay.
was just in Conspiracy's channel, so I don't think he's live right now. Oh, was he? Okay, he might not. He might not I have think gone live the tonight. only people live right now that I see is Punk Media Karaoke. In case anybody wants to go there, Okay. but they're fun. But
All right. Peace, everybody. Out.
Yeah.
Good night, Bob.
Good night.
Good night. Nice being here. And then Roots, if you don't mind, I'm going to put a song in the back to
Mhm.
share. And I think we'll just end on this one. This one's by. Oh wait, was it going to be that one? Choices. I think. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do this one. This one's by Folk and Blueser, who a bunch of you know. Wait, you're back.
Wait.
What happened?
I was about to leave, and then Rescue said something to me. He goes, "Where's my chicken logo?"
Oh, yeah. Great.
Oh,
Good
mate.
call, Rescue.
Fucking you son of a bitch, man! I never draw chickens, man. This is bad. All right.
This is a logo he's working on since this morning
All right.
for Rescue.
All right. Hang on. So one of them looked like a duck. There's one. All right. That's one. And I can't draw.
I like it.
Punk
It's
rock.
holding an axe. Oh,
Looks like, dude.
Yeah, it looks like a duck. It's shit. And it doesn't have the fire hat. So I was like, I forgot the hat and I forgot the chicken balls that they've got hanging off their
The
chin.
chicken balls.
Yeah.
A really good duck.
The rooster balls. And so that was the second one. Like, I only done these in 3 hours while I was listening to the stream. And Ronnie got the shits. He goes, Ronnie York. He's
that a
a
lizard?
lizard chicken, yeah. Ronnie York got the shits because I wasn't saying hello to him in chat. And I was like, mate, I was drawing the whole time I was listening. The whole time I was drawing, I was listening. Here's the second one.
wait. I didn't know we were
Alright.
going for redemption. That's awesome.
No.
Oh, that's way better. Look at that, though. That one has an edge. I like
That's
that. Yeah.
better. Yeah, but
improvement
it's
for
got
sure.
a
It's
mohawk.
still a little duckish.
It
For
still
sure.
looks
That
like
one
a
looks
duck.
like it's constantly
It
dropping lip
looks like-
balms.
Kind of
looks
reminds
like
me of the
that.
Mighty Ducks logo.
All right. So,
I'm just saying that's ducked up.
It's ducked up.
Nice, Huckleberry.
It's
All right.
great though. It looks
And then I
awesome.
sat there till pretty much the end of Rescue's live stream. All right. And this was the last one I done.
Love you, Busy. Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Oh, look at the teeth. What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That is
awesome.
I'm
Wait,
pretty
wait,
sure
don't
I
mess with
asked
that.
somebody, I go,
That one leaves nothing left in the bone.
did chickens have teeth?
No, but it's
awesome.
okay. They
It's getting
can.
better. Yeah, I can't believe it's cool to see the progression. I can't believe you went from the first one to this already. That's amazing. Yeah, man.
I've never
that's
drawn in my life.
Always be.
I'm
That
sorry,
one looks like
everybody had to see
AOC.
my dirty ass fingernails and that.
I like what Mike Herrera said.
All right.
I haven't got to it yet.
If anybody wants to see those again, Rescue.
Rescue says PSA. You have now seen the effects of drinking Fosters. Be aware of the dangers.
There you go.
Okay,
Steve
now
says
if I
it's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Duck.
well, I'd done that by hand. All right, I'd done that all by hand with nothing but a pen. Okay, while watching your stream.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Now all I
No,
need to
I'm
do
impressed.
is run it through a scanner. If I run it through a scanner, and I can adjust and pull
Right,
strings and put color into it and do whatever else. A turkey. That's what I was thinking. And if you notice, I left a little spot down here, down there, over.
I just can't even.
There's a little bit between its legs. And I was going to ask Rescue, do you want me to add balls to it?
To me, that chicken only made it halfway across the road. You know?
Well, that was just the perfect way to transition to the ending.
Definitely going. I love you, Rescue. Okay, bye, Daddy. Bye.
Oh, that was fantastic. You guys seriously just cracking me up tonight.
That's
Love
great
it.
artwork. In all seriousness, that was
Yeah.
really that's good.
No, for
That's a good
sure.
touch.
I love the hidden cabin and the Bob Ross type drawing. That's fantastic. Yeah, that's really great.
It's the story that
Rescue
made
said, I'm gonna end up with a Chernobyl rooster.
it.
Oh my god. Oh, thank you so much, everybody, for all of the laughs because, oh my goodness. Yeah, right, Bonnie? Oh, I can't. Okay. All right. Thank you, Virginia, for pulling up this video. Okay, so this is by Folk and Blueser. It's called Little Things. And Folk and Blueser is the same musician who did the Elizabethtown Ramada, the ghost song that you guys all love. Yeah. So, and well, I won't say anything yet, but it's possible that he will be on here soon with an update for us. So I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, stay tuned. There's my 15th
so
would be
excited.
proud. There's my tease. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you again, everybody. I love you all. Thank you, everybody here in chat. I will see you next Monday, and it'll be another great show then. So have a good night, everyone.
Good night, all. Sorry, guys. I had it muted. I'll start over.
Yep, no problem. Okay, guys, I don't know if you can hear me, and I have no idea what just happened, but I think everybody ended up getting dropped somehow. I don't even know. But thanks for being here. I will try really quickly to pull up this screen to share, but I don't know if it's going to work on my end. I think that was a StreamYard's glitch of some kind. Okay, give me a minute. Bear with me. All right, Landon and Tiff, you guys are back. What happened? Did it just kick you out?
I was gonna roll out, but Music is playing.
No, everybody got bumped at the same time. It was really weird.
Well, good night, everybody.
So, I'm going to try to just share it on my end, and I hope it goes through.
Okay.
Let's see, we'll do this.
Do you want me to share it?
Yeah, if you want to grab, no, it's okay. I'm already doing it. We'll just go for it. All right.
Good night, y'all.
Okay. Yep. Good night, everybody. Thank you again. Much love. And we're stronger together.
You know I love you more than anything. That's why I gave you my heart and your ring. But we can't go on this way, fighting every day. We gotta make our peace, but just go our separate ways. It's the little things I let build up that tear us down. And I can tell when you hate me without a sound. We can read each other's thoughts, neither one of us will ever give in. What the hell happened to us? Oh baby, are we even friends? You know we made one hell of a team, you and I. We swam out of the flood just to come home to a fire. But we never let it get us down. Stood together strong and proud. Whatever happened to that, I wanna be that way again. It's the little things you let build up that tear us down. And I can't tell you hate me without a sound. We can read each other's thoughts, neither one of us will ever give in. What the hell happened to us? Oh baby, are we even friends? It's the little things I let build up that tear us down. And I can't tell when you hate me without a sound. We can read each other's thoughts, neither one of us will ever give in. What the hell happened to us? Oh baby, are we even friends?